good song is the song that gives you the desired outcome. So if I come into the studio and sing about making money and the feeling you get from the song is being broke, that's a bad song.
There's a bit of controversy on the song. Who wrote this song personally? Some say it's Paul that wrote it, some say it's Peter that wrote it. You that produced it, who wrote it between two of them?
Paul. I said something about the controversy. The controversy was, now, a lot of people talk about how Afrobeat started from Fela. I'm like, no, it did not. If you ask me where Afrobeat started, it started from my village before independence. It started from Edo State, where they were just singing in the market square or to the Oba. Fela was the one that more or less coined the term Afrobeat, which anyone can do. I keep telling people, if you do not know the why, you will fail. So you have people going into the studio and going, VTEK, just play me beats. And they hear a beat and they're like, oh yeah, the way she didn't make me feel. Dude, you came from home. You did not know what you wanted to sing. You came here and then my beat randomly made you think of a girl. I'm just saying that that's one of the big differences of now versus then. Because then, Onyeka is sitting and going, oh, if you love me, you will wait for me. Because maybe someone asked her to have sex before marriage. And of course, that made sense. Because back in the day, it was live band. Expensive sessions. If you go there, you cannot feel like there was a richness and a depth. It caused the artist to think a lot more. See, the music making happened the speed of light. I see the mixing part. That one, I don't know anyone who does it as fast as like. In fact, it could have been something different. Kolego, that song was mixed in 4 hours. 4 hours from the day I got the data, mixed it, made modifications, I sent it. The total time I spent on that record, probably like 2.5 hours. It went on to be a hit. The night time when someone sent me a message from the Grammy event that you just won, I was arguing with someone on the phone. So my mind was not there at all. I was just like, hey, it's even an honor to be nominated with her. So imagine when I won, I was like, ha. It didn't hit me for like 2-3 days. I think it really dawned on me when they gave me the certificate. Everything about Paul will say he's proud. But Peter too has his pride. As a human, it's not even ego, it's pride. And I can go into like moments where me and Peter will talk and I can tell that this guy is just more open-hearted, free-spirited. This one is more like this, is guided, is guarded. So they are talking, they're saying the same thing, but this one is getting you. This one feels like, himself even put barrier. So he will always come off as the proud one. But there were moments with me and Paul that made me know that.
Do you think winning Grammy is politics or they actually give it to the right people?
I've heard that, yes.
Hasn't Davido done enough to earn a Grammy for himself?
But Grammy is not.
Now, currently, which Nigerian artist do you think is overrated?
Oh boy, this is a very tricky question because so now, right now,
yes,
I must be honest.
Today on Selahmeditate, we sit with one of Africa's most gifted creative minds, a producer, a composer, engineer, and a 2-time Grammy Award winner whose sound has shaped the heartbeat of modern Afrobeat and beyond. Today, we are going to explore his incredible journey and also discuss on the business of sound and global success. But before I bring him in, let me just take a brief moment to read this abridged profile. Victor VTEK Kpoudosu is a 2-time Grammy Award-winning producer, sound engineer, and creative visionary whose fingerprints are on some of the biggest hits out of Africa, from Kizz Daniel's Lie and Pour Me Water to Buju Benson's Sorry, I'm Late, Adekunle Gold featuring Davido's High and Wizkid's Pami. His sound has defined an era and shaped the global Afrobeat movement. He first gained mainstream recognition in 2013 with Psquare's chart-topping hit, Personally, before going on to work on Angelique Kidjo's Grammy-winning Modern Nature album, which earned him 2 Grammys in 2022, another nomination in 2023. Beyond music, VTEK has become a major force in post-production and film scoring, with his work featured in Netflix hits like The Lady Called Life, Fine Wine, Mama Drama, The Griots, and Mamba's Diamond. Today, through his company, Jav Nation, VTEK continues to pioneer excellence in music, film, and creative education, positioning himself as one of Africa's most versatile and globally respected sonic architects. So guys, if you appreciate what we do here, take a moment before we go into this. Please hit the like button on this video so the algorithm can also share it with those who will find this valuable. Just take a moment, please, and hit the like button. And if you're here to subscribe, please take a moment as well and just hit the subscribe button and share this video with those who this is going to impact. So most welcome. my highly incredible creative mind, Victor.
Thank you.
VTEK. It's
Thank
good to
you.
have you, Victor.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
You are doing a great job.
Hey,
great,
we try.
great
We
job.
try. We try. We try. We try. It's a lot to do, but it's a life to live. But I mean, we really, really. And I say we because somehow in my mind, VTEK is not the one guy. Even if it is one guy, you know how Shade Adu is a band called Shade Adu, but she's the lead. But what creates that woman is all those people behind her. So when I say we, when I talk about myself, it is because I'm always identifying with the people at different points that played a role to bring this to life. You know, I still do. So I'm really grateful to be here, by the way, because I interestingly, I've always followed you.
Wow.
Yes, I still sometimes go back to watch the Cosmas one.
Oh, Cosmos Magic.
Yes, I stayed on it for a bit because I just liked it. I found that I liked that type of stuff. So, and it has meaning. You know, it's not just another lifestyle and gist thing you do. It's like really in depth. So I was really excited to be the guy you decided to call.
Thank you. I want us to dive in depth for you to get to this level. I'm sure it's not an easy task. How did it all start for you?
So I've always been an art person.
Okay.
Father, artist, poet, all of that. My mother was an art person, but she was more business, right? So I grew up in an art environment. So where it started was literally from the beginning. You know, growing up in a house, music was everywhere. You know, and for all purpose and intents, you know, we were what you would call rich. So we had access to the records that the day it came out, would get it that day. So we were very up to date. Then we had the diversity of interest. My father was a reggae head, but he liked normal music. My mom liked R&B, a bit of jazz, but she liked African music. So I grew up on Onyeka Awenu, swapping to Janet Jackson, swapping to Carly Simon, swapping to Brenda Fassie, swapping to Bob Marley, Jimmy Cliff. So I was in that. That's what I came into the earth and saw as normal and found that I loved it. You know, so it's from the beginning. That's basically answering the start question. And I mean, I just kept doing it as fun. You know, I still remember as a kid, I would go, like I'll take the radio tapes, you know, on the side that's full. I put a barrel in the side that's not, and then start spinning it and singing.
Wow.
Yeah, like side A. Then when this side is over, I'll turn it, and then side B, and start singing what is on side B. Those are the moments where maybe there was no light or I couldn't listen on the radio. So this was me. You know, I also used to draw a lot. Like drawing was what I was even known for in the first place. So that's it. I grew up in this thing.
Who were you in high school?
High school. So I was, first of all, identified as weird because besides my mannerism not being the typical guy's mannerism, I mean, like I was not emulating anyone. I was just me, right? So people found that very interesting. How they would describe me is like a cross between a robot and a cartoon. Right? But beyond that, I was also like a very smart guy, but at the same time, I was very normal. And why I describe it that way is they all knew that this dude is, for all purpose and intent, a genius, but they wouldn't see it in my grades. So it was like a weird, that's why they would describe me as weird. Even the teachers would be like, dude, if you want to be first in the class, you could do it with ease. Why are you seventh? Why are you eighth? But what they didn't understand is I had a self-awareness very early. So the things that mattered to them, they matter to me. You know, so I wanted, if I was to describe school for myself, I was surviving school. I was trying to finish it so that I can go and do what I really wanted to do. But people didn't see that and people went at me. You know, but some appreciated the fact that he's very arty, he's very creative, he's smart, like really smart. You know, and then I was always that kid that was very empathetic. So I'd help people, be nice to people. When people are mean to me, I'd cry. So in high school, I was that, you know. But that was where I think the interest really peaked. Because in high school, I had grown.
Okay.
I had more sense. And I knew then what I really wanted to do. Interestingly, I was even in art class. But even art class was uninteresting to me. Because school, I noticed early on, created a lot of rules. it kind of hit me like this system is static. So I was always, okay, that's what we are doing. Okay, great. Okay, I got half, great. Then I'll face the reality I can see, almost like I was already outside on the inside. So few people appreciated it. A lot of people didn't like it because, it's like, dude, do what we are doing here now. I'm like, no, they are all playing ball and talking about girls. I'm drumming on the table and singing. I'm writing, I'm drawing, So I think for me in high school, that was a lot. I was like this ball of light that had different shades at different times. And I got different experience reactions to that. But I think where it changed was when I left Igbobi, because I was in Igbobi College. Then I left to a private school.
Igbobi where?
Igbobi College. That's
Nice.
Yaba.
Yaba, okay.
Yeah. Then I moved to a school called Links in Agege when we moved. Around the period, it's like the window where I lost my mom, we moved to Links. That's a private school. So this was a mixed school. Igbobi is all boys. So going to a mixed private school, I got exposed to girls. So I also got the learning experience of how these other class of people function, how these guys here do, and then how I fit. So I had many names: old man, strange guy, and then of course, for some reason the girls thought I was cute. I still think I had those were my ugly years. But apparently history, disagrees. So it was a journey through finding myself in the chaos, but at the same time knowing myself to a degree. Knowing enough to know these were the things that mattered. Okay, these whole papers and all these things they are giving us, I know I won't need it when I leave here. I still remember my math teacher would sit and say, "You're just in a world of your own." That's how she described me. Now then, it was a bit offensive because I kept hearing these type of things, but they were not saying it because they felt like it was cool. Now it feels like she was hailing me and I didn't even know, because at the end of the day, yes, I was in the world of my own. And over time, I was able to make people come into that world while also entering theirs. So it wasn't all about VTEK and his mind and his vision. It was also about you and me meeting.
At what point did you start answering the name VTEK?
When we moved to Agege, that's when I started really dabbling into music. I think, let me see if I remember correctly, it was 2004. Yes, that was the first time I found a software I could record it. So I started making beats. And then if you had this software that was a demo, it's a good grace. So, I started trying to figure out, okay, what name would I call myself? I thought about calling myself Nomad. Because like I said, through my life, I always had this feeling like I was with people, but I was alone. So in my mind, I identified as a nomad. In fact, the first body of work I wrote, then I couldn't make the music. It was called Nomadic Expression.
Wow.
I still have the lyric book somewhere in the studio. Words. So I wanted to be nomad. I'm like, this is not an entire conversion of my person. Then I explored JB. And JB essentially was Jungle Boy. Now, that was one of the nicknames my mom used to call me, because I was the kid that would run around, not trenches, underwear, pushing tire. No, I was more like the jumping around the house, doing the flips, getting hurt, getting back up, running, getting caught because I just dashed past maybe blade or some weird. I was that kid. So I was like, Jungle Boy. Then I think it was one of my uncles. I don't know what it was. I can't remember exactly what it was, but then I saw my names. So my name is Victor Tairare Inakeme Kpoudosu. VTEK. Okay. So that was where it was like,
it like that.
I'm literally born with my name. And that was how VTEK came to be.
Wow.
Then it was VTEK The Awesome. That's the full name. But then I shortened it to VTEK. So that's pretty much how the name came to be. It was not some big boardroom with some so-called geniuses that were going to walk on the ground. No, I just sat in the outside of the compound and we were just discussing, and it was like, I used to say awesome a lot, and then I looked at my name. It's so weird. I wish I could genuinely say what that moment was, because it was so cool, especially considering how I got there, trying all these other names. But then that's it.
Basically, it's more or less like your creative instinct started while you were still a kid.
Oh yeah.
Very young.
Oh yes, I was that guy.
How long have you been in all of this together? Have been in this creative industry?
Okay, so I like to identify professionally, but I also like to identify from when I started actively doing it. So it's a bit difficult because I've been writing lyrics long before, but let me calculate from when I started making beats. That was 2004.
2004.
Now, the first time I worked in a studio was somewhere at the end of 2006. But I like to say officially when I started working in a studio was 2007.
Okay, 2007.
Yes,
Like a good
2007.
2004. Everything is over 2 decades already.
That's pretty much it. 2007, started working from one studio to the other, learning more things. But, I'd already been this kid that was exploring it from home. So I literally got a job because of my job, and then I was there for maybe like 2 months, if I remember correctly, and 2-3 months. Then I moved on. I was staying in Agege at the time. So I started going from studio to studio, working with different people, just going through that motion. And I've done it ever since.
So more of self-taught.
Yeah, very self-taught.
Are you serious?
Very self-taught.
So everything you're doing, you taught yourself?
I do not have a person that can come out and say he sat VTEK and showed him anything.
Are you serious?
I mean, I have family that can show you. In fact, 2006, I was supposed to have VTEK. They literally banned me from using the computer. Because this dude, you have exams, which is my point I made earlier. I didn't care about, VTEK, and okay, I'll be fine. I know what to write. The highest I will carry C, a bunch of C's. Yes. You get what I mean? That's my mindset. They had to ban me because at that time I was already producing. I think I even had clients. I had people that used to come into the house because it was like a flat. And one corner in the house, the computer was there. So that was what I used to work with people there. Computer speakers, those old PCs with the big, back tube. So they had to ban me so that I could read. And it still didn't work. Because once I would break that rule, or I just wouldn't read. So if you ban me, so I will study. I only just ban it's for your eyes. My soul is not going to do anything different. And they learned very quickly that there is nothing worse than trying to make determined victor be another thing. They learned very quickly.
So how did you learn? How did you teach yourself?
So we are techies in our house, right? Again, born with a lot of things. Art, comics, novels, poems, games, and then computers. So from the time where we used to write like MS-DOS, where you have to write the entire thingy to pop up what you want, we are used to it. So now when I started messing with music, it was just like that. It was like, this software is cool. And I take it, I'm adding drums together. Oh, okay, nice. But it's a demo, so I can't save it. So I have to start and finish on the spot. Do you get what I mean? So I'll play with this one, and most softwares, when you open them, there's the like the page where you can arrange stuff, arranger. Then there's this page where you can level stuff, mixer. So you see how I was already exposed. By the time I moved to the stage, I still remember their names, Magic's Music Maker. Then I got Audacity. Audacity let me, I think it's Audacity, yes. It let me record. So I'd make the beats here, then take it to Audacity and record with the, those mics, So I was just, it was like if there was a big cloud of like foam, I was just, doing this through it. Oh, this part is blocked. Okay, I go this way, and then I started growing like that. Then I got the software called Fruity Loop. Fruity Loop was where I experienced the most growth because Fruity Loop is built like a studio. So you have the arranger, then you have a mixer. So before I even saw a real mixer, I already knew that's what a mixer is. Plus, how do I describe myself? I'm like 2 minutes away from obsession to get knowledge. So we had internet too. In fact, we had Wi-Fi like 8 months before it became a thing in Nigeria.
Wow.
Because of my father. So I could go on the internet and be like, okay, what mixer? What's the actual thing they designed is based on? Oh, this is what it is. Oh, that's an in. Oh, okay, that's a mute. Oh, so it was just traveling through this thing. Then somewhere along the line, I jammed Cubase, which was what all the big guys were using at the time. They had Cubase, they had Pro Tools, and then a handful of them had Nuendo. So by the time I got to the studio where the guy was like, let's work, I already knew my way around.
Wow.
Do you get what I mean? Which is
Wow.
why I always emphasize that, because when that guy tells the story, the few times I've heard him say it, oh, the Lulu guy, he keeps giving the impression that people are built up. But I was supposed to be the engineer while he be the producer. That was the impression. He wouldn't have that trust if I just walked in like some dude with a shorts than, okay, servitude spirits. I came with my guys. We came to record. And he's like, dude, you're the guy. Let's work. Wow. So he could leave me with artists and record. I would do a rough mix. You know, at a point, I even mixed. Funny enough, Timaya and Kefe, Kokoroko, that was actually my mix.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Wow.
That was actually my mix.
When did you do your first ever mix that went out there to the public?
My first ever mix that went out to the public. How do I think it was a song. Okay. So it's tricky, right? Because I've done many songs over the years. So I'm trying to pinpoint one moment where a mix I did went everywhere. First time. Maybe it's that Kokoroko. That one is significant because I had stopped working with the guy. Then one of those days I just strolled back to the studio. Turns out they were having a session. So I recorded and did the mix. So that was like a song that blew up at that time. Okay. Every other song I did was getting rotation on air, but it was not a hit like Kokoroko.
Wow.
So when you say first mix, I wasn't part of the production, but my mixing and mastering traveled into the world and became successful. That's the first one.
Now, is it more or less like a combined producer, engineer, composer? Do you classify yourself in these three, or there's one niche forte that you rest on?
No, I classify in all of them because I started first as a lover of music, traveled, became a producer. At the time I was producing, I was already even performing. That's what most people don't know. I was already performing. So, producer. By virtue of being in the studio with these people, I also learned engineering. Okay. And then that's when I gravitated towards mixing and mastering. In fact, there's a story behind how I became the mixing and mastering demigod. You know, I can tell it now if you don't throw the progression of the conversation up. Yeah, because so I'm just jumping to the future. I actually got bored of production.
Wow.
At the time that I started really mixing, I had made Pretty Girl, Adekule Gold, and Pato Ranking, big record. I had done all this production for Simio and Bear, you know, name it, Jericho. I had worked with Dare, you know. I had worked with Awilo, you know. So I got bored because of the bureaucracy and, you know, for me, this thing was always simple. But once it started to grow and I realized, oh my God, look at the amount of exploitation, the amount of the benefits. And then as a human, you have to start chasing down artists, trying to get them to like your beats, then use it so that it will come out. I'm like, I think the cocky me came out like, dude, I'm a genius. Do you understand? And then you send music out, they don't get it. And after a while, you're like, this is not where I want to go. I was never desperate to have big records. You know, they just came. So I got bored. That's the way I describe it. I got bored. And then I started mixing up. At that time, I'd already been mastering for a lot of people.
Wow.
Mastering, you know, worked with some big gospel artists. I didn't even know they were big until later. I'll just take the project from my big bro, Light on that. By far one of the best engineers here. Both old and new. So he was mastering music with me. He would mix, add, master. So I worked on some very amazing records, you know. So I got bored of production. So when they ask me for beats, I'll be like, later, I won't send. But they know that VTEK, they master, in the mix. And that's how I became the mix guy.
Now, if someone wants to understand clearer, when you're saying mixing and mastering, if I'm not music inclined, I'm confused. What does it mean to be a mixing and mastering engineer? What do you do?
Okay, so I think the best way to describe it is to break them down. Production is a whole word, but you can break production down to beat production because there's also vocal production, but most people don't know that there's something called vocal production. But let me just simplify it. Producer is the one that takes the elements and forms the music.
The elements.
For instance, you have drums, guitar, strings, all those individual instruments.
Yes.
It's the producer's job to say, okay, drummer play that, bassist play that, acoustic guitarist give me an idea, and then he's the one responsible for carving what I like to call the melodic aspect of the music. I use the term melodic because of melody and the percussive being the subgroup for drum and everything else, right? Now, the mixing and mastering engineer takes all these elements that this producer has put together with the musicians. That's if you are working with a band. Of course, we know these days you can just do it in your laptop, right? Takes all those elements, the guitar, the bass, the kick, the snare, the roll, the small sweep that just goes, all of that. His job is to put all of those things in sonic cohesion. So, if every instrument in a song played at the same volume, it would be noise. It's the mixing and mastering engineer that determines, also with the collaboration of the producer and maybe even the artist, they make those decisions. But it's the mixing and mastering, the mixing engineer rather, that goes, okay, this is on top, this is at the bottom, this is on the right, this is on the left, this plays loud here, it goes low here. He's basically balancing all those elements. Then the mastering engineer's job is, from my own experience of doing it for years, is the simple part of, okay, you've packaged the sonics and the melodic. Now I am supposed to take that music, that one piece, and level it up so that it is commercially competitive. And the best way to describe it is, if you listen to rock music, volumes are different. The things that drive rock music are different. Rock music, you have heavy, like a kick drum, and then you have a bass that's broad, then you have that guitar that's really loud. But all these things, when you play it, you will notice that, oh, rock music tends to be very shiny and bassy, but the mid part will be weak. That's the mastering engineer going, okay, this is how this genre works. So I will make the overall thing you've given me come up to that level, whether to add some brightness, to add some weight, to add width, or to make it narrow. The mastering engineer does not mix, but he can advise. Because if you send me a mix that's flawed, it will affect mastering. So now I do all of them.
And you learned all these things yourself?
I kid you not. I have books. Like, I actually went to get books. I think somewhere in this house, when I was working with Psquare, they bought me a Pro Tools book. So I took in information that I saw. If it was Pro Tools, I was reading. If it was Cubase, I was reading. I was going online. So it was just chaos.
Wow.
And oh God, it took a while for me to collate all of that to make it my own thing. Because you are learning from, oh shoot, this is what Timbaland uses. Oh, this is what Timbaland uses. You go, you try it. Sounds like his, but it doesn't really sound like his. And then you're like, then you go back and then you try to tweak it. And then all this while, Afrobeat's coming up. So now people are not caring about. So now you have to figure out how to add talking drum. It's beautiful chaos. Wow. But thank God for the mind that he gave me to be able to convert it and shape quickly into something that became VTEK. So people started identifying VTEK sound. Again, I never did all of this for that. It was just my journey that appeared to others like, man, this dude was so calculated. This dude was growing. All I did was show up.
Now that means one can be a producer without being a mixing and mastering engineer.
Of course, anytime, any day.
You can be a mixing and mastering engineer or you can be a mixer without being an engineer.
Yeah. So now, why engineers and mixing and mastering guys tend to be one and the same? Because the place you are going to mix and master is most likely where you're recording. So it's very difficult to separate them. However, it is a fair separation because some people are just good at recording. I talked about vocal production. Some people know how to record the vocal, capture it the right way, maybe even suggest ideas, harmonies, ad-libs, but then they can't do more than that. Their ears are not trained to decide, okay, this harmony that I love in the grand scheme of things has to be under.
Unique.
So yes, it is possible to break it down to those sub-levels. That's what forms production. Hence the reason why this era kind of watered down what this is about. Because some people just carry a laptop, a few speakers, go to some service apartment, open Fruity Loop, they've slammed beats, the artist takes it out there, it becomes a hit. But the beauty of the process, if you really travel that deep, it will make you value it more. and it would have brought more value to the musicians.
Like if you want to talk about someone like Don Jazzy, would you call him all of this together, or he's just a producer?
No, he's all of them. Now, the mixing and mastering, I don't think so, because occasionally producers delve into it. That's how I became a mixing and mastering engineer. I just decided to start doing it. However, I feel like Don Jazzy is more of the producer, guiding the music through. And yes, a producer can also be involved from the background in mixing and mastering, because it's still his production. It's not on the mixing and mastering engineer to determine how his production should sound. It's the mixing and mastering engineer's job to translate his vision.
Okay.
So the producer is present through the entire process, unless in the event where the producer is not versed. Some of these young producers just, I don't give you beats, go figure them out. That's the one they call beat producer.
Okay.
He has done beats. But you see Don Jazzy, the Cobams, Mastercraft, certain producers that they are in it.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's a song Timbaland did some years ago with Nelly Furtado and Timberlake. He said, "I'm a real producer when you're just a piano man." It was a jab. I know a lot of people don't know the jab, but it was a jab at another producer who was known for just making beats. Whereas Timbo was in the tracks. He was with the artist. He was advising. He was doing the full thing. So even as far back then, they would do look, we are not the same. So, yeah.
Now, let me come into some of the hits of the moment. Now, how did Afrobeat start?
Honestly, Afrobeat, as the genre we celebrate today, is very different from Afrobeat, which is Fela. But that also was a strong part of it. Now, a lot of people talk about how Afrobeat started from Fela. I'm like, no, it did not, because Afrobeat is essentially Afrobeat.
That is more like African-centric.
Yes. So, if you ask me where Afrobeat started, it started from my village before independence. You understand? It started from Edo State, where they were just singing in the market square or to the Oba. And then when technology came in and accessibility got provided by growth, people started taking those things, people were receiving and adding their own. It shaped. Now, Fela was the one that more or less coined the term Afrobeat, which anyone can do. It's like Bright Chimezie calls his style of music Zigima. You understand? It's a style of music. But Zigima did not become the genre that we are all running with, right? So, the beginning of Afrobeat is the history of music as it pertains to us as a people. Now, if you narrow it down to Nigeria, it's everything. It's High Life, it's the Oliver the Cokes, the Jim Rex Lawson, is it the Taiwo Shola? Like, it was just like this cocktail of moments. Then Fela came and became this flag on the ground, and then it trickled down further and further into the 90s, where you had the Alexitos, the Alex O's, the Junior and Pretty, the Raskimono doing reggae, but the reggae was like our sound, it was a cocktail, right? So I'm very careful not to say, Afrobeat started from Kenny's music studio. It's bigger than that. I think we made it small because everyone wants to feel like they have the definition. I just told you I grew up in a house. My mom is playing Carly Simon. And then Carly Simon is finishing and we're going to Iyo go. That's separated. So if you ask me, how did I get here? I'll tell you I was hearing both. My brain was translating both. And then when I got into the studio, I could take from Onyeka Onwenu and throw into Janet Jackson and then throw into Miriam Makeba and then mix it a bit with some Michael Jackson-ness. And that's what we have today. So I feel like the story cannot be told so mundane.
So mundane, or one person takes the glory and said, I brought about
In
Afrobeat.
fact, when they talk about Fela being the progenitor in a sense, I think it's unfair. And I know a lot of people will argue because Fela was classically trained in music. Do you understand? There were people that were in Ghana that just had a guitar. They did not really have Berklee College of Music to tell them this is what music is. Then they took that knowledge and refined it. Some of these people are village people. Look at how Malams play the guitar. Go anywhere in the world, they are the only ones that play like that. How did they learn to play like that without a trace of foreign influence? So when I see Fela, I'm like, he learned music, came back to Nigeria, and from the inspiration of other sounds he saw, he carved something out. Do you understand? And then he did it on such a level that had not been done before. And I guess he's the one that history chose, because at the time that Fela was traveling and doing big concerts, Sonny Okosun was doing the same. Sonny Ade was carrying his boys. They were already traveling to these countries to perform like Fela, but there was just something about Fela. I think what made Fela stand out was his involvement in politics. I think that was what was very distinct. And then, of course, his sound is crazy. And I think his sound was more flexible because there's just something about, I think that's what it is now that I think about it, is the fact that he understood jazz, he understood classical music, he made it Afro. So if he traveled to the US or to the UK, he was playing what they knew but different. Now when he came here, he was playing what we knew but different. All the other guys had like if you carried Angelique Kidjo over there, she sounded like maybe Benny High Life. Fela just sounded like both people, with a shade of both people. So I think that plus the culture influence he had in politics really put him out there. But he's just one of the many people.
If you want to describe Afrobeat, you cannot just say, it's not just about the sound. It's about anything that's produced in Africa. Or
That's how I define
people outside there can produce any sound and name it Afrobeat, or it's whatever that comes in. It's not just about the sound.
So you
It's
spoke
about
about
where it's produced.
you spoke about the origin as a sense.
Yes.
I didn't really emphasize on what we have today, but I said something. Afrobeat is different from Afrobeat.
Okay.
So I had to separate that first. Like the Afrobeat that now birthed Afrobeats, is different. Afrobeat is all these legends that created this unique sound, told the story, and shaped this thing that came into the future, met hip-hop, then hip-hop mixed with it and became Afrobeats. Interestingly, do you see these terms? This is one of my issues with the way history is told. Even the term Afrobeat was not given to us by us. Yes, it was a box that was created. In fact, I think it was, I saw something that talked about it in detail. It's like, if you go to the US, they have to call you something. For a long time, they kept calling Burna Boy and Wizkid rappers because they knew us as, oh, this thing they're doing looks like rap. They created most of the genre labels. So they had to put you somewhere.
They just try to box you.
And our artists, honestly, as much as they've done great strides, were available to be cheap. So you were selling a product. You were letting the person you are selling it to tell you what it was called. So when you say Afrobeat, it's already a problem because we're talking about high life. We're talking about hip life. We're talking about kwaito. We're talking about amapiano. We're talking about zouk. We're talking about, we can travel through all these unique genres that they are unique on their own, right? If you go to America, for instance, you don't just say R&B as far as they are singing. They will tell you there's neo soul, there's R&B, there's classical, there is like they will break it down in so much ways that you cannot just call it R&B. But why did they call all of us Afrobeats? They will not put flavor in the same category. Do you get it? Because the person who gave the name originally did not know the difference. And when he or she or they said it, we just went, hey, that's what it is. And we are stuck with it irritatingly.
Now, how do you describe our Afrobeats, not Afrobeat, Afrobeats of then versus now? How do you compare them?
The difference is huge. And like I said, the original Afrobeat as a box for the older music was very diverse. And it was from a place. So it had history. It had a story. It had purpose. But then when the hip-hop influence came, hip-hop also kind of diluted it. Then fast forward to the now where the foreign bodies came in. So we pivoted from doing this music for a reason to just doing it. The reasons changed, right? I keep telling people, if you do not know the why, you will fail. So you have people going into the studio and go, VTEK, just play me beats. And they hear a beat and they're like, oh yeah, the way she didn't make me feel. Dude, you came from home. Did not know what you wanted to sing. You came here. And there might be randomly made you think of a girl. I'm just saying that that's one of the big differences of now versus then. Because then, Onyeka is sitting and going, oh, if you love me, you go wait for me because maybe someone asked her to have sex before marriage. So there was something that drove them. And of course, that made sense because back in the day, it was live band, expensive sessions. If you go there, you cannot feel like. Do you get me? So there was a richness.
There was a plan.
Yes, there was a richness and a depth. It caused the artist to think a lot more, But today, hip hop technology and then just the quick sales era we are in, the TikToks, the Instagram, the Insta stories, everything trying to get you to consume quick and move on. It created this realm where people are now thinking about streams, they are thinking about the likes, they're thinking about trend. Most of them are not thinking about anything past that. So they will always refer to their faves who kind of tricked it, the burners, to a degree, Davido. Even to a degree, Wizkid. They will always refer to those people like, oh, there's just something about them. I'm like, those guys came from an era where there was a reason into the era where everybody just is swing. So they know how to meet in the middle. But the new boys struggle because they never had a time where you are singing about love because you experienced it. Now, everybody feels like they can just talk about it. Everyone feels like they can talk about...
That's what sells.
Do you get what I mean? Because at the core, what is driving them is no more, I want to tell a story. I want to give me, the unique me. Now they are like, come on, man, I just love this thing. I just want to do it. I just, it's like gray. It's not black or white. And there's a lot of it.
What are the core principles that separate great producers versus the mediocre ones?
I keep saying it. Well, actually, not keep saying it. I've only said it this last time. It's the why.
The why.
So here's what I mean. I told you I got bored of production because I got tired of sending beats to artists. I felt like, dude, I'm a genius. I can shape a song that will work for you. But you just want, oh, now waiting the rain now, man. All these boys just want the flow. I'm like, I can't follow you people there. So I got bored. Versus the boy that just knows how to make beats. Probably really loves music. But at the core, he or she, in the case of what I've seen, just want they make music, just they run and they go. They'll tell you to keep working, keep putting in the work, keep. I'm like, keep putting in the work for what? The why was always important to me. Why did I come to the studio today? Okay, there's this idea I have. I want to make it. There's this sound I'm going for. It's like there's a purpose, right? It's like, this is a weird way to describe it. It's like the producers of now, and not all of them, but most of them, and honestly, it's not entirely their fault. Most of them are like a pastor that comes to church on Sunday and then makes up the sermon. Versus a man of God that sat down, prayed, spent time with God, and God said, okay, this week on Sunday, you will tell them about. I think that's a good example.
Yeah.
Do you understand? What we have is a lot of them on Sunday. Just imagine your favorite artist, a pastor, is just like, yo, man, what's up, guys? And then he's trying to figure it out. And then he might even pull off a good speech or a nice conversation. But the deep people will be like, this has no depth. It has no depth. That's what's happening with the producers too. Everybody is taking everybody's loop. When there's one loop, I don't even know who played that shaker or that person is collecting royalties on that thing. They'll probably be able to conk Don Jazzy. That's what I'm saying. No, now the shaker they use for this track. Oh yeah, help me download it, bring it. So it moved from, oh, the shaker played this sound. Let me play my own slightly different. It moved from that level of detailed interest in the music to just slap it together. Take this loop, take this guitar loop, take this American sample, jam it together. We've made a beat. I am a producer. So it created this weird warped world where if you are deep, you are now weird. Whereas deep is exactly what we need.
Now, can you take me through the journey of producing Psquare's hit song personally? How did it happen? Where? Okay. How did it start?
So, which is also why it was such a bit of a controversy at the time. Paul had an idea, and I would say he was inspired by Kpoudoso. That's the drum beat. So it was like, oh, let's do like that Kpoudoso beat. Of course I did it. Then I just was playing melody, like took this instrument and played this thing, we took this one, I played a chord, took this out, then I played boop, 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 And he was like, what's that? Do you understand? So I was like, hey, this sample, right? So we slapped it together, and it took a while because beyond the work, they were also traveling. So they would do some parts of the beats, then we'll go.
Okay,
They part of the
they will
beats,
come back
they
again.
will come back, they will record maybe 2 lines, then they will come back. Their process was slow. I hated it. It took us 2 weeks to do personally, and I work fast. So it was a very hard discipline in patience for me at that stage. And it helped me till today because I'm fast still. You know, I can say this without a shadow of a doubt, and I dare anyone to try to compete. We sit on this table, see the music making happen in like the speed of light. I see the mixing part. That one, I don't know anyone who does it as fast as I do. In fact, it could have been something different. Kule Gold, that song was mixed in 4 hours. 4 hours from the day I got the data, mixed it, we made modifications, I sent it. The total time I spent on that record, probably like 2.5 hours. And it went on to be a hit. Wow. So back to Psquare. You can imagine how much of a torture it would have been working on a song for 2 weeks. You know, well, I guess they also had their process. And like I said, I'm not just trying to bring people into my world. I'm also trying to experience theirs. And then both planets kind of meet.
Yes.
You know, and generate something that it's its own unique, you know, experience, vibe. And then everyone is happy. They don't feel like, oh, we could have done more, because they feel like you denied them their process. Plus, all these things I'm saying, I was a lot younger. So it's not like I could have told them, guys, after 1 week, it's just over.
Now, there's a bit of controversy on the song. Some say it's Paul that wrote it, some say it's Peter that wrote it. You that produced it, who wrote it between two of them? Paul.
But that I said something about the controversy. The controversy was that they now try to take credit for the production.
Okay.
So some places they'll say produced by Rude Boy, co-produced by VTEK. Some places they'll say produced by VTEK. Because of that thing, the first Rema personally was nominated. In fact, personally won. But on the nomination, they wrote all the producers on the back of the album because they could not tell who the one was.
Wow.
Do you understand? You can imagine how stupid that was, because you knew who produced it. In fact, I collect royalties for producing it. And that couldn't have happened if I didn't produce it. So it was like a very, allow me to use the word shitty moment in my, but God is amazing, because, you know, I like to say in that moment when all the tussles was going on and I was like, man, these guys could just let this thing go so I could use this as a very good platform. I still remember God saying, let it go for the bigger. And that was 2013. Interestingly, that was when me and them now officially became a partnership. You are a producer. And then fast forward to 2014. That's when we now made Shekini, made Enemy Solo, made the song with Jeremy Jackson. Then I got nominated for the second Afrema. So I'm the first Nigerian producer to get 2 back-to-back nominations in that award. You know, so I could see, again, I had the opportunity, by His grace, of course, to see the bigger picture that, hey, this one, you can fight it and get it. But where I'm taking you, you will have to make that sacrifice.
So if I get you clearly, who wrote this song personally? It's Paul.
Yes.
Paul wrote the song.
Predominantly the whole song.
Completely, the whole song.
You know, they work together. So yes, Peter will have 1 or 2 lines in there, but from my memory, it was mostly Paul. Mostly Paul.
Okay. Now, what is it like working with both of them? Because people talk about one of the reasons that led to their separation was them, both of them having an agreement on what should go. What did something like that happen when you were trying to produce that personality for them? Was there any bit of agreement on what should be done or what should not be done and things like that?
So the thing is, when I came into the picture, they had a very strict structure. Peter would do the dance and some lines. Paul did all the singing and some dancing. But when I showed up, I had songs. In fact, I was performing. In fact, it was from a show I was performing that I met the guy that introduced me to the guy that introduced me to them. So I was like this artist that also makes beats. So when I came in, I would write songs. And Peter was always very enthusiastic. Peter was like a big brother to me in that house. So he would stay with me in the studio when Paul would probably be at the back discussing, chilling. You know, Paul was more stoic, more, okay, Peter was like, hey, how? Oh, nice. Play that beat. Oh, this beat no bad. And you sing that thing, man, dude, you're badass. So it was only a matter of time before he said, okay, VTEK, you know what? Let me record. Then he recorded and I mixed. So make everything shiny. And then he said it. He said it to me. I don't know if he will say it today because some people, I don't know. But he said it to me that VTEK, you gave me my confidence. So now, Peter. So now Peter was now saying to them, I won't take that line. And that was a difficult thing. But he was recording now. In fact, Ejajo, the song with T.I., is the only part of Paul is verse 2. The first 4 lines, yes. Every other thing was Peter. It had never happened before, according to them. So you can imagine how jarring that was. Now, Peter could say, I don't agree with this lyric. Do you understand? And he's like, this is not what we do, And so some people in the past would describe me as the cause of their fight. But I disagree because they had family issues before me. The music was the only place where people had their territory. And then this dude comes in and now Peter is coming to the backyard and he's playing this song with a willow and him on it. And the thing is crazy. So now Paul has to come back later and record his own verse. That was never the case. If we came out of the studio, Paul brought it out. So it's what like a convolution. They're having these issues, internal issues. I feel like one of their biggest issue for both of, in fact, for all of them was pride. Pride is a weird thing, right? Because some people don't even know they are proud. But what I saw was pride.
Between them.
That was the biggest issue. If you took out pride from their battles, they would be hugging out every day.
Who has the most pride, Paul or Peter?
So Paul is stoic. The word is stoic. You know how you have the serious one and the jovial one. So you can already see where I'm going. I cannot authoritatively say Paul is prouder. Everything about Paul will say he's proud.
Okay.
Because
that's
of
how
his
you name
person.
yourself rude boy.
I guess so. But Peter too has his pride. As a human, you get, it's not even ego, it's pride. And I can go into like moments where me and Peter will talk and I can tell that this guy is just more open-hearted, free-spirited. This one is more like this, is guided, is guarded. So they are talking, they are saying the same thing. But this one is getting you. This one feels like, himself even put barrier. So he will always come off as the proud one. Okay. But there were moments with me and Paul that made me know that he's actually cool. But he's also very clear. Like, if Paul wants to open this door for you, he already knows that he wants to open the door for you. If he doesn't want to open, he already knows. Peter, on the other hand, kind of goes with the flow. So he will always come off as the nicer one, the friendlier one. The truth is, both of them are not devils. But that was also their undoing. Not being able to work with each other within the character that they both had.
Yes.
And then they had a big brother who was even more of a, like, Jude was like a pillar. Do you understand? Again, that's another person that I've spoken to one-on-one in the past and found that this guy is not the devil. But, personalities clash. And then pride, not ego, comes in and causes this, you said this, for this thing you said, man, you're going to pay dearly. Whereas your sibling, you shout, this one will enter this room, this one will enter this room. You are still on the same floor. At what point do you realize that it's like getting mad and go to your side of the bed?
Me, I feel like their big brother is the pillar, like you said, like you described, that held both of them together, that makes the name Psquare, that gives it the life out there. Because when both of them parted their ways, even when they tried to come back, I think they tried to come back without the brother, the vibe wasn't like when they were 3. I think God just designed both 3 of them to just work together.
But I also understand, sorry to cut in, but I also understand on the developmental side, I see how it would have been an issue, right? Remember, I said their issue was pride. You see, Jude is a strong character. He knows how to do business. He knows it. He just knows it. But here's the problem. Peter comes and says, hey, there are these people, for example, these international people. That's when they start putting their eye on us. These international people, they come. And we don't think Jude can have the talk, can run that race. Paul is like, hey, this works for us. If it's not broken, don't fix it.
Exactly.
Peter is willing to try. Peter has tried some stuff that didn't succeed. But that's him. He will try, fail, try again, succeed, try, fail, which is also a good personality trait. But because of the strong will that they have among themselves, Jude was very simple about it. And this weirdest part, Jude would sometimes be willing to try. An example of those moments was when Cynthia Morgan was signed by him. Because I was the one mixing and mastering all her records until she left him. And I remember one song that Jude loved about Cynthia Morgan. And Cynthia is more of the ragga chick, so she wasn't really into the song. And Jude was like, give me this song. Make I release them. This song no blow. You go do anything you want to. Now he releases the song and the song does well, but it doesn't blow up. So the next time we come to the studio, he's like, okay, Cynthia, play me the song you want. And she played I'm Taking, the song called I'm Taking. So you see, Jude, even, I'm sure there behind the scene, there are times where he would actually want to do what Peter is saying, but then maybe it will not be complete. Maybe there'll be an error, and he's like, dude, shut it down. Yes. And you can't tell that to an adult because it's like, you're not my father. You see how the pride now convolutes, like you can't agree because you guys work. Then, there's something about the sharing ratio again. You agreed from the beginning that this is how you will share. You could have just decided, okay, when it comes to Psquare, this is how we'll be sharing. But no, we want more, we deserve more. And then you guys can't agree, pride comes in. So people are not talking. They are talking at each other, not to each other. So it's just all that noise.
Now, I think based on all what we have gathered online, based on what has been happening so far, they said maybe Peter wants to belong to do some things, but he is not allowed. I believe that there could be place for trial, but also, to me, I think if something is not spoiled, why repair it? If something is not broken, why repair it? The Psquare brand has been working, as it has been working for them.
Yeah.
That has kept them at the top for over a decade. As in, they were rated artists of the decade, I think 2010 or so. As in, something is not spoiled. What are you guys trying to repair inside? Why not follow the pattern? But I'm not in there to be able to know what is disagreeing for. It's just what we see online that we can be able to tell, to be able to explain. But I just believe that if something is working, then let's follow it to work. When we are at the backyard, we can flow with anything that is happening behind.
Some of the worst issues are the personal ones, and that also reflects in them because, like I said, they would say, VTEK came in, Peter started recording, Peter became more insistent on playing a part in the musical role, and it didn't go too well with Paul and Jude, which I disagree. Paul was averse to it because that was Paul's thing. Jude, on the other hand, was like, okay, fine, both of you bring tracks. You see why? I could see ways that they could work, but this one, pride was just jumping from one person to the other, altering their reactions, actions, words, just enough to spoil it.
Are you sure external influence is not also part of it?
So, external influence, I don't think so, because according to the story, their mom was the glue. And if the mom was the glue, that means this thing had been long before us. Do you understand? If matter of me and you, for instance, beefing each other, somebody says, nah, mama, they correct both of them. That means it don't pass, it don't pass, say, okay, we just see the maturity today, but this goes further back. And I know this from experience because I used to be in a music group. Do you get what I mean? And even I knew them in the music group that my destiny was in my hands. Do you get what I mean? So there was a way I moved that it was issues at times. But at the end of the day, in the music space, I am still the only person from the group that's musical because my brother still does videos. But music, it's like I knew where I was going, even if I didn't really know it. But I knew, okay, go left. Today you're going right. Today you're jumping up. Today you're sitting down. So it felt like we're not moving at the same pace. I had not seen it in my mind's eyes that this was my future. But we were able to all part without being enemies. Because it wasn't like I just came one day and said, I know they do again. In fact, you do less work than me. And those type of things that now color the actual reason why I want to do what I want to do. And then pride went there. Do you understand? Peter likes exploring. Paul likes being safe. Jude just wants things to be fine. So, what's the issue? Find the middle ground.
True.
Do you get what I mean? So, that's why I say their issue. It goes further back we just saw the dividends of the actual cause, which was probably just siblings being siblings.
Yes, yes. And that's true. Now, I want us to come to the sound itself. How do you describe a very good sound?
Music is sound, right? But it's sound that carries a feeling, an emotion. And then the words carry a message that also come with feeling and emotion. So the way I describe a good song is that you experience what the person is trying to get you to experience. You understand? Whether it's rage, it's love, it's lust, it's pride, it's greed, it's joy. That's how I describe a good song. You know, so a good song, in a weird way, is an objective subject.
Or relative.
Relative. Because to a guy at the motor park that you are singing about, okay, for instance, you are saying, if you jam my boss, I go jam your boss. We know they take boss play. So the motor park guy, that's
a very good sound.
Because there's someone that jammed his boss and he wanted to beat the guy over there. You know, I'm just giving that illustration.
Yes.
So
yes.
I think for me, yes, there are other things that you can use to determine a good song, like how well it was created.
Yes.
The right words or the lyrics, the right melody, the right mixing and mastering. But I'd like to take it to that place where a good song is the song that gives you the desired outcome. So if I come into the studio and sing about making money and the feeling you get from the song is being broke, that's a bad song. Even if it is well mixed and mastered. If you listen to a song and you cannot tell what I'm trying to tell you, is it singing about job life? Is it singing about school? Is it singing about politics? You just know that okay, now sound, that's a bad song.
Wow.
And that says a lot about a lot of songs, because there's lots of songs that we have like that today. In fact, some songs you do not even know where the chorus is. Do you understand? It's like they just took what was the structure of music and just say, oh, more, whoa. And I say it is not the real musicians that did that. It was the people that just came in, and then you have technology, and then you have all these young guys that have the software. They've seen you do it, so they don't really know the depth, but they know what it sounds like, so they replicate it. But now they are shallow. So they will move a certain way. A good example of what I'm saying is Lil Wayne in school was for all purpose and intent a genius. In fact, the way Lil Wayne described himself in school, when he sees math, he always wondered why math was hard. Like, it's right there. Now, that's Lil Wayne. But when you hear Lil Wayne rap and he's doing all those, it's like, if you don't know him, you will take his tattoos and his locks and that whole drinking, holding codeine or whatever thing was in his hand, and you will become that. It's like Wizkid. I've started with Wizkid years ago. Dude is a smart human, but he's giving them candy music. Now you take the candy music, shape your life around the candy music, but there's a genius that knows. I don't feel they tell these people deep things. They know 1 year. So just give them A, B, C, D. But the guy giving you A, B, C, D knows A to the power of 2, A to the power of 4. So that's basically what we have now. You have a lot of people that took the impression from maybe the person they liked or the music they were feeling, but they don't know the depth. Imagine walking up to a young artist and you ask some of the legends, and they're like, that one are old time. But the idea of knowing them is not because you must know them. It's you walk into a space, right? And you want to enter my room. First of all, you don't even know who was here before me, right? Then you walk into this studio and you see this chair here, this chair here, and you just come, move this cushion to that side, put this one on that side. But you don't even care to go, okay, first of all, the person that was here, what were his reasons? Why did he put the studio table over here? Why didn't he put it here? Oh, so that's why he put it here. You know what? I know that now. So I think I will put half the table here, half the table here. It's like an appreciation for art that causes your current position to be more superior. I am an art person. I love the arts. So I know a lot of things. Not because I want to sit in a podcast and show it off, but because it also enriches me. So when I sit there and I start my work, you will hear it. It will affect what I'm doing in a way that you will now see it as excellence. I can do the same shallow music that a lot of people do, and it will still sound better.
Now, let me come to Don Jazzy, because I love the way some of the things he does. How do you describe him personally for yourself?
I don't know him personally, and it's one of the things that vexed me about working with Psquare, because I was the one who makes that mastered collabo.
Wow.
That's yes. So I was supposed to have the opportunity to meet him then, but Paul said it. Don Jazzy has to miss this song. I tell her make it wait, and that wait led me to never meet Don Jazzy.
Wow.
So I never met him till today. I've not met Don Jazzy.
Wow. So that means he told you that Don Jazzy wanted to see you.
Of course, now Don Jazzy will be like, who turned? Because then Don Jazzy wasn't recording much, besides what he was doing with the band. But Don Jazzy sang. Do you get what I mean? The hook is pretty much Don Jazzy, which I'm sure Don Jazzy at the time be like, because I had ways of mixing to make everything sound so much perfect. I imagine that he heard that and was just blown away by how well it came out. But Psquare were not a bridge for me at any point, which was also a very shallow thing they did, because, I was at such a high place. I had access, but I didn't have access. I was like their exclusive thing. And remember, I was young. My hustle was different, but my hustle was not to jump over the head of the person that I'm rolling with. You get what I mean? So, yeah, I never met Don Jazzy, but from the outside, that's a guy that the why was clear to Don Jazzy. Besides loving music, he had visions, and the visions evolved over time. Also, as a human, he still retains his humanity. Don Jazzy is a star because of the job, but the guy himself is a guy, like a normal guy, and that's special because, the way I like to describe this job or this thing that we do is some people, Clark Kent and Superman. Do you understand? The way I like to call Don Jazzy, he's Superman, then Clark Kent when he wants to be. But a lot of people become Superman, like they're sleeping with the red and blue and the cape. But you're waking them up, they are going straight into the role. They are not able to separate, life from that. And I think that's one of the strong things I see from Don Jazzy. You can tell from the way he supports people. Because when you're like that, you will help people.
Exactly.
You support people. You will post people who didn't ask you to post them. Because you just connect on another level beside, yo, man, this is who I am. You can imagine someone like me working with some celebs. If I'll call a name, Cynthia Morgan, that year, it was in fact, she never posted about VTEK once. Because she just felt like, I still remember something she said to me. Hence the reason why when I see all the whole drama that started going on recently, I'm like, I get it. I know that things were not perfect. But you see, I have sat with this chick. I've heard her talk. I peeked into her mind at the time. This was almost the only outcome. Do you get what I mean? Imagine me mixing and mastering for you. I'm making all these hit records for you. And then I'm like, oh, yeah, there's something I would like to do for you. And then, all this dodging. Then you say to me, when I finally get through to you, that now who pursue you, you go answer. I'm like, do you realize who you said that to? This is VTEK of then, not VTEK of now. That like a lot of people can't even look me in the face and say that. But I'm just saying that imagine how committed I was to working with her and excited to see her grow. But she had become the monster that this game makes you.
Wow.
So I use that example because on the other side, you have Don Jazzy, who literally you can walk up to and he'll address you like a person.
He has so much large heart.
Yes. And there are some great entertainers like that. And I applaud those who are like that because this game tests you. Do you understand? The industry wants you to be wicked. Wants you to be that guy that, Kaku. I still remember that year that they will tell me, oh, VTEK, I say I go to the club. You people in VIP are sitting there and drinking. I'll go to regular and dance because I want to have fun. I don't care about the, just stay calm. After all, I'm buying things in the club. I'm spending my money. Do you understand what I mean? So if I'm spending my money, I want to have fun. You see, my mind was just like that. So
now I'm thinking, for you personally, look at what Don Jazzy is doing. Why don't you think of maybe to adapt some of his formats, have artists for yourself personally? Because you know all of this. Why don't you have artists for yourself personally like Don Jazzy and groom them up, produce, as in just Don Jazzy templates? It's not something you can handle.
So the way I work with people, I'm not trying to start a label where I sign people. I think that's different. But I work with a lot of people. You understand? Right now, I mean, when people see the loud urban choir, for instance, they're like, oh my God, the choir is so amazing. Predominantly, most of what you've heard from last year till this year was done by me. Do you understand?
Wow.
Working with them, creating alongside with them, sometimes creating and they will recreate. We just found a very good rhythm, and seeing them develop. So technically, I'm doing the Don Jazzy thing. I mean, look at my wife, great singer. We have 2 body of works that we worked on together, music
your wife
videos.
sings?
Oh yeah, she does.
Wow.
Fumiara, amazing musician. It will be
Fumiara?
Fumi Arewa.
Okay.
That's her, like,
her stage name.
yes. Great musician. We work together, So I'm not trying to sign, if you get what I mean, like, oh, Don Jazzy has a label. No. Because beyond doing the music, there's also the business, there's the gambling part. Like I said, my journey is very different.
So you can be a record label owner without, you can be a producer without being a record label owner. You can be a record label owner without being a producer.
I like partnerships. I like partnerships, right? I'm not looking for ownership of person. I like partnerships. I like to, okay, let's work. Oh, you want to work on an album? Technically, that's how me and Yemi Alade worked. It's like a partnership in a sense. I'm not signed to her. Of course, she's not signed to me. But we create together, we rub minds on a lot of ideas, a lot of songs that she's done, she'll pass it through. VTEK, check this out. So it's like, I feel like it evolved to a point where you can be 100% you, I can be 100% me, but we'll still get the results. Do you get what I mean? Because if you are my artist, a lot of the outcome of your entire career and life is on me. Then on the business side, artistry can be very expensive. So, I have to go get money, to maybe sponsor these artists. And it's a gamble. I've worked with labels. So I got to see firsthand how it is a very, very dicey game. Especially because of the human. I gave you an example. I mentioned her name, Cynthia Morgan. She and Jude now. Imagine when they had the fallout. And I knew, funny enough, Jude and I spoke. Hence the reason why I say I don't think Jude is the devil. He didn't have to tell me those things, but he told me, he said, VTEK, this is how much I have saved for her. But one of the days I sat with her, just having a conversation, she was like, man, that she's the one just going around, that Jude, then they're not really doing anything. But I've been there where Jude was sorting OAPs in my front just to make sure she got rotation.
Wow.
So now imagine when the fallout happens and Jude is rigid. They say Jude is wicked, but he's a man that spends this money.
Yes.
Maybe he's just beginning to make it. Now the artist they are not agreeing.
Yes.
And he's forced to terminate. But he has lost.
Yes.
And I was there. So if you now ask me, VTEK, why didn't you sign it? I'm like, what if I sign this one now? My orientation and my perspective and all of that is deep. I can't go and sign this person that looks deep. But all this person wants is, I'm a means to an end. Then I get to that point and then regret follows. Also, I have my mission as a musician. Do you understand? When you sign people, Don Jazzy could never have been a full-time artist if that was his vision.
Yeah.
Because he could not have been. He has to also focus on these guys. He has to do the best for them. He has to give time. He has to get people to see. So it's a calling, if you ask me. It's like, why aren't you a pastor? Why are you the choir master? I mean, different roles.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is why I wouldn't poop on him. Interestingly, I've worked with Maven since 2020, like mixing and mastering, 4 years. Magic's first EP, me. Crayon's first EP, me. The Ngozi song, We Are a Star. Like, there's lots of songs.
And while doing all of this, you have not met the Don Jazzy himself?
Never met him.
How?
Never
What's
met
happening?
him. I mean, now he has a machinery. You understand? We are what you call vendors in a sense. Albeit VTEK also. But we are part of the machine. I don't have to meet him for anything
to be done.
Do you understand? Meeting him at this point would just be to finally meet him.
Okay.
Which would be fun because, I mean, that's one producer that also showed me what was possible. Him, Kobams, these two, in my journey of experiencing Nigerian production and being the most motivated to do it, those two were at the forefront in my mind. There were others, the
Mastercraft?
No, Mastercraft came.
Okay.
And I'm a fan of Mastercraft, but he did not influence me. He was like, I got excited when I heard his music. But when you say I sat down, dissected a production just to understand the mind of the person and understand why he did it so that I can attempt to do it, Cobham's him. There were other producers along the way, but these two were the ones with the strongest staying power. That's why I use them as an example. There were lots of people. The guys that were producing for Star Plus, I was in secondary school when Star Plus was blowing up. So I didn't know anything, but the guys that were producing them, I would listen, I'll be like, sounds amazing. We're playing the American song, we're playing these songs. Now they are beginning to sound on par. But this one too is unique. You understand? Like, so why I use Don Jazzy and Cobhams as an example, they had the longest streak.
Okay.
You understand? And I really appreciate what they've done. And when I see Cobhams, I tell him, well, at least one time I've really seen him, hey, you all showed up for work, and now we have work. So it's a big deal for me, actually. So it was meeting Don Jazzy, that's what it will be about. I don't want anything from him. Unless he just decides to dash me a few millions. I'll use it to maybe buy wife a new car or something. You get, but as a human, meeting him would just be to acknowledge him to his face. You know, also, I'm working with his company. They are paying me. So I'm also earning from that space.
What walk me through working with Yemi Alade? How has it been?
Oh, me and Yemi are homies. And I'm grateful to say that because we met like how she'd meet any other producer. You know, I still remember the first time I met her was at Clarence Peter's office. Because me, my brother Clarence, we have a weird relationship. You know, like we're like brothers but not brothers, we're brothers not brothers. So if Clarence and I are here, we're chatting, we're just like that. We don't see ourselves, we don't talk for months. But any day we meet, like we connect on that level. So one of those days, I was at his office. My brother used to work full time with him. So I was at the office and then Yemi walked out of production. And Clarence said, oh, that's VTEK. And Taye said, so weird. Taye, you know, her manager, you know, said that me and you will work. So much later, he reached out to me. And then I came to the studio. And that's how I worked with Yemi. You know, one song turned to two songs, turned to three, turned to 10.
Which of the biggest songs you've done for her?
So I made Bom Bom.
Bom Bom?
Yes, I made the song called Bom Bom. That was a big record.
That was a big one.
Yes, I made that one. I made Bom Bom. I made there's one that she did 2020 called True Love. You know, True Love was like a jam at the time. I did a song called Badi. You know, then I've worked on a lot of her songs, mixing and mastering a lot of her songs.
That's actually through her I got to know you. I said,
exactly.
I need to ask you something.
This song that she put out very recently with Fave, I mix and master. So now me and Yemi have moved from VTEK just to make the beats. I've mixed and mastered almost the last 3 projects of hers. You know, either I'm doing the whole thing or I'm doing most of it. But it goes beyond that. It's the conversations she and I are having. You know, it's the times that she's just there as friend. You know, she knows that VTEK's got her. Like she can go to bed knowing that this guy is not somewhere planning how to change it for her. You know, that's just why it's so beautiful. Now, for me, it's not even work because they can call me at any other time and ask me for something and know that VTEK will think about it. You know, so it's special.
If you want to look into the sounds that we have now, at least the top 5 worst sounds that are trending currently.
Wait, worst sounds or worst songs?
Songs.
More. So I must be honest. I'm not. After a while, I stopped really listening diligently. I'm the guy that I can go to an album, pick my favorite 3 songs, and that's my favorite 3 songs. So what that means is I'm not listening for what's hot, because whenever I listen, I'm not inspired. I must be honest. There's only out of 20-30 songs, I can only find one that speaks to me, because like I said earlier, you have a lot of musicians that don't have a why. That's the truth.
Yeah.
You know, you have an 18-19-year-old singing about love and heartbreak, and I'm like, that's very difficult to believe. Do you understand? Then there's a lot of sex in the music. There's a lot of vanity. I'm not a church boy, but I am very big on being enriched or being enriched by what I hear or see. And it's not a perfect science, but you can already predict what to expect from a lot of new records. That's why I cannot tell you 5 worst, because I'll probably be naming songs from further back when I actually cared to listen to what was on the chart.
That's what I said currently now, that are trending in now. But you said this song is not even supposed to be trending. Why is this song trending? The song is not good at all. But
See,
why is it trending?
right now, I don't have one. I'd have to go listen and say, okay, currently it's this one. You know, it's so funny because our industry really let a lot of craziness fly. At the time, I used to be like, how did Shallipopi blow up? Do you understand? I don't think he's whack, but you understand what I said earlier. For me, music is like a fat cow. But then you hear a song and the song sounds like a skinny chicken. Now it's unique, but it's strange to me. But then the world eats it up. So I'm like, hey, back to my gist about good music. It's subjective. It's subjective. It's relative. You know, and sometimes I would F with his music because I'm like, oh, it's kind of interesting, but it's interesting, but interesting number one on the charts. I don't know. But then, you know, you think this in your head because I'm not out there trying to measure anyone, right? But and you see, I said Shallipopi in this context because I don't know who right now is doing something that I will listen to and be like, waiting be this. But I'm sure if I listen, I will find it, you know. And what I've noticed with this era is that everybody's a hater if they don't like you. Do you understand? I can't tell you I don't buy your music. It will sound like enemy. But I'm like, yeah, that's correct. I can not like you. You understand? Not by force. Because they are trending does not mean that I must go with it. You know, just because I liked it for 1 week does not mean I'll like it for 1 year because you expected now. Now, artistry suffered in Nigeria. Suffered because at the time, artistry met mediocrity that had a lot of energy. So now these ones will outwork these ones, and then they became the top of the food chain. Then we came to this era where, okay, I would say it's kind of balanced in terms of talent. Okay, people when Sabi sing, they this game. People that even know how to write, they this game. But then, because of that time, some of the seriousness, some of the maturity, some of the poise, some of the depth left. So you had these talented guys, tight chest, not so good. Play, vibe, fun, color. Just let's do this anyhow to be done. Then we went back to talented guys, but these ones, there's a disconnect in between. You get what I mean? So the industry has just grown. And yes, a lot has happened. A lot of money has come in, a lot of recognition. But honestly, I do not care about recognition so much because they can also recognize you for the wrong reasons. And now, Afrobeat as a genre is feeling it because it just felt like as far as they work and it just keep short, just lock up. But I was like, dude, the way you guys are moving, this set of people representing us are not representing us that well. They are trying, but they are just the image and the sound, but they are not the depth of it. And they are allowing a lot of things go. Do you understand? They are allowing these people to say, you people over there, you do Afrobeats, take the name. They are allowing these people to say, look, I'm going to brand you abroad and I'm going to increase your value. And then they do it. But then now you can't perform in Nigeria because your performance fee is so high.
But is it a bad thing if they brand you Afrobeat? Isn't that more like a name that makes you stand out?
To who? You understand? Because if you really think about it, you come to my village and you are singing Osundi Owendi or Owendio, I will identify it as high life. But then if you go to America and you sing Osundi Owendio, their brain automatically just goes to the closest thing to it, Afrobeat.
Afrobeat, yes.
And for me, I don't like those boxes. You understand? I don't call myself an Afrobeat producer. In fact, I started with hip hop and R&B. I learned Afrobeat.
I mean, you have become was it Burnaboy Wizkid that said he's not an Afrobeat artist?
And it's funny because he's correct, but it also is contextual. I'm telling you why I'm not considered that. Because beyond knowing the depth of the genre, I also understand that somebody gave us the name.
It was the name that put you up there on the map. Now you have the name and the recognition. You have the recognition based on that name, and you're rejecting the name.
So here's how I put it. It's so funny that I expected you to say this, and the reference I will give you is biblical. Allow me to give it, right?
Of course, sure.
Lazarus dies, right? They tell him, and he stays for 3 days. Then he comes back, and then he goes to the tomb. sees them crying and says, Lazarus is sleeping. I'm going to wake him up. And then one of them says, oh, if he's sleeping, let him rest. And then Jesus says, he's dead. Do you get what I mean? Like, the illustration is, to him, Lazarus is sleeping. I'll wake him up because I don't know death. And then this person, even they sleep, live, and then Jesus now realized this person doesn't understand the depth of what I'm saying. Okay, fine, he's dead. I'll bring you back to life. That's the same to Afrobeat. They call me Afrobeat producer. I can't beat them. But am I really an Afrobeat producer? That's very, very boxing.
If that is the name, that's what I'm trying to say again. If that is the name that gave you the recognition and that they use to give you all the awards that you have, why are you rejecting the name now you have the recognition?
Hold on.
It's more or less like, this question is more or less like to you and also to, I think it's Burnaboy Wizkid that said it.
Hold on. I'm not rejecting. This is a weird place to be, because if I say I'm rejecting it, I'm right to do it. It's like I'm careful not to call a person a nigger. Allow me to use that word, because the word was a derogatory word to blacks. But we always say, I'm a nigger, right? We kind of made it normal. It's the same way girls will call themselves bitches. Bitch is female doggo. But somehow we turned it around. Since they have been abusing us, let's show them that we can make this insult ours. Then we now body the name. Hence the reason why they get mad if a white person calls a black person nigger, but a black guy can call a black. Isn't it weird? So for me, it's still, I cannot deny that this is what we were called. But I know that I did not call myself. Even they did not call themselves. They were given the name. So for me, I just do my thing.
So what do you call yourself?
See, I'm a music producer. I'm an African music producer. I'm a music genius out of Africa.
That's the word. African music producer. Instead of giving that long name, African music producer, why don't we just say Afrobeat? That sells it.
So now, here's why I also, beyond the fact that I am resistant to the fact that somebody gave me that name. You see, I keep emphasizing that fact. If we as a people
then create your own names.
Hold on. So you see, the system is built differently, right? How will I put it? We are not black. Your skin is not black, right? At best, you have very dark skin. But somebody called you black. Now we are in Congress in Nigeria, House of Rep. We are in meetings. You see the genius minds of African knowledge saying, we black people. Someone called you that. So if I identify as it, that's why I use that Jesus illustration. I am an Afrobeat producer for the simplicity of it, but at the core, I am not, because I am much more than that. I was a producer before the genre. Now the genre blew up. Whatever. You know, when Psquare was big, they did not call Psquare high life artist. Then they now call me high life producer because Psquare blew up and I made the songs. Do you understand what I mean? So these tags, these labels are just for formality. The real depth of it, a lot of us are battling with the fact that the Afrobeats that they call it, in fact, the Afrobeats that you're talking about is one sound. I still remember speaking to a music manager one time, and he said, VTEK, the guys that curate playlists in Apple Music, they don't even know the start, they don't know the genre, but they've heard Wizkid's song. So now, to them, that's Afrobeat. So now I submit my high life. I don't get on playlist. Oja Piano did not even show up on Apple's top 30, if I remember correctly. That song was #1 in Africa. We knew. You know why? Because if they submitted it, that Devin or Clark or Mac something somewhere doesn't know that this, in quotes, is part of the genre. You see why I'm very, very like it. I react to being called that, because I saw Oja Piano that's supposed to be part of the Afrobeat not get placement, although he still went on to be a big record. But I'm just trying to tell you that when I see that, I'm like, the person that gave me name, he can't really identify the largeness of me. So it's difficult for me to body the name. Do you get what I mean? So if you ask me, who are you? I'll say I'm a music producer. That's how I describe myself.
If you produce for Drake, would you say that's an Afrobeat?
If I make a beat for Drake, for instance, that sounds like what they call Afrobeats, I know that, okay, this thing is actually a touch of Makossa and high life. But to him, that's Afrobeat. Do you get what I mean? Now, if he calls it Afrobeat, I'm not going to beat him up.
What do they call themselves there?
Who?
them out in Europe, what do they call them? If in Africa they call what our beat Afrobeat, what do you call their beat?
I can't. But the question even gives it the answer. We talk about R&B, we talk about rap, we talk about hip hop. We don't say Yankee beats
Or Euro beats.
Do you understand? Even when you talk about electronic music, you say electronic music, then you break it down: techno, house, lo-fi. Do you get? They know how to categorize. We were just interested in going there. So when we went there, and they ask, "What do you people do?" We just they agree, and someone goes, "Hey, Afrobeat," and they say, "Yay!" We don't care, because at the end of the day, they are going to give us money. We are going to be bigger stars. We don't own our Afrobeat story.
If you don't give yourself a name, someone will give you a name.
Yes, that's my point. That's why when I think of the name, I'm like, You get? So that's why I use that Jesus example of, okay, I am all these things. But VTEK, if you're all these things, then go and beat. I'm like, okay, I'm an Afrobeat producer. So that we make fights no day.
Yes, now, because I just see it like a way of categorizing something. Maybe under the Afrobeat, there are different genres. There's High Life, there's Makusa,
Here's the thing, it's even unfair in the context to force on a whole continent one name. Do you understand? It's the same way you say Caribbean music. The Caribbeans share, borders with some of America in a sense. You say Caribbean music. It's similar to the Afrobeat, but if you go to the Caribbeans, they have soca, they have reggae, they have raga, there's subgenres. Now, when you go to them, they will tell you, I'm a raga artist, I'm a soca artist. They won't tell you I'm a Caribbean artist, Caribbean beats. That's all happening. And you see, the Afrobeat own is even sad, because best Afrobeat artist, they'll nominate Tyler. She's not Afrobeat, if we are to really break it down to how it was formed. But you see, when Amapiano, they try come, Highlight, they try come. Imagine they are doing Grammy nomination. You don't nominate Shallipopi. Because the people even deciding who will be in that category don't understand that this thing is not, this box is fake. It shouldn't even exist. We should challenge them to give us more room. You get? So the Grammy can do Latin Grammy to define all the subgenres in the Latin space so that it doesn't annoy them. What are we doing? Do you get what I mean? We are not really owning. That's why I say we are not owning our story. Hence the reason why I'm always resistant to being labeled in that box. How can you put VTEK in the same box as maybe a guy that has listened to Wizkid, Burna Boy, Davido all his life? So that's the sound he knows. How do you compare him to me, who grew up where, okay, you are seeing the band play, so you are dissecting music? I read music. Do you understand? So when you say VTEK Afrobeat producer, it's such a demeaning thing to say. Personally,
for yourself.
Yes, but I'm not going to go on a campaign just yet to fight against the label. It's just that when you come in, you realize that, oh, it's like saying church music. Then you come into the church and you realize, oh, there is worship, there is praise, there is meditation. You get what I mean? So now these individuals know that if you want to go against the world, you have to be willing to force the narrative to change. And the person that gave you that name has so much at his or her disposal to frustrate it, because it's easier for them. Do you get what I mean? It's easier for them. You see, they will create a category. They will say best world music. Then they will pack everybody from everywhere. Which, I mean, they can do if it's their award. But I'm just saying that that's also because they cannot really tell what you are. That's why I gave an example that they used to call Burna Boy a rapper. Do you understand? They used to call him a rapper. He's never rapped. We've never had Burna Boy rap, but they just look and say, what is this? What do we call it? What do we usually call this type of thing? Sounds like rapper. And I'm not talking blogs on the corner. I'm talking, I think it was even the Rolling Stone one time that wrote it, and then people were mad. I'm like, why are you mad? Did you tell them what you do? So they had to give it something. And when they gave it, you went, because you probably don't want to upset anyone or make anyone feel like, that's
it's about the money.
Back to Fela. That's actually one of the things that made Fela in a sense distinct, is that he held the narrative by the throat. If you talked about Fela, felt something about Fela, he was there. You were not building an impression of Fela based on what you are seeing on the back of his head. He was showing you the front. Do you understand? He called his genre Afrobeat. So that's a person that I can say, hey. That's why when you do what he does, they will say you are copying Fela because he labeled it. You know, but we just went out there, we're just doing our thing. At the time, they were even calling Wizkid dancehall artist. Just so you understand how we arrived at Afrobeat.
Now, currently, which Nigerian artist do you think is overrated?
Oh boy, this is a very tricky question because so now, right now,
Yes.
I must be honest. I don't know if there's one, but no disrespect to anyone, but a lot of the new guys are overrated. A lot of them.
Listen.
A lot. Who can I think? So I don't know a lot of their names. Do you get what I mean?
I mentioned the song.
So now, funny enough, one of the artists that I felt was overrated, and I'll mention him again, Shallipopi. Oh Lord, I felt like, what are you people doing? I mean, he's doing his own. Oh, why is it this big? Why? Like, I used to use it, and it's so funny because I found him interesting. I've watched interviews of his. I'm like, this is smart. But as a person, I'm like, this is the spirit of overrating. Another artist that I felt was overrated was Shay Vibes.
Seriously?
Hey, another case of how? Like, hey, I wish you the best, succeed, but what is this? Do you get me? How is it this huge? You know, but then that's why I can say a lot of the new guys I'm seeing, a lot of them are overrated. In fact, they are not even supposed to be rated because if you really put them on the field without the machinery just throwing money and selling hype, they can't cope. Do you understand? I play an instrument. I play the piano. Started practicing the guitar, and I know how to use my voice. I am trained in a sense, to a large extent actually, and then I've done plenty of research. So I and success found me, but in a different way. But you see, a lot of the people that are in your face, a lot of them cannot hold a candle. They can't. Do you understand? Like, they all sit here now. If you interview any of them, you will find out more. This interview probably lasts like 10 minutes because they can't carry it. So being overrated is even beyond the music. It's also you. A lot of them are small. They are small. It's just the truth. And you know, if they will be honest, they will start to develop. I used to have a beef with the industry that, you see, Johnny Drill, especially when this Afrobeats blew to the world. I felt like Johnny Drill should have been in the forefront because that's a guy that knows his music. So now we don't have people that are that deep in music as the face of the music. Do you understand? I remember one time I was having a convo and someone told me that VTEK, all these guys abroad, all those academies and all of them, they used to look at us like, how do you people do this? Because most of your artists can't perform. They don't know how to perform. Do you understand? Remember, foreign bodies like to categorize things. Now they've categorized the genre. They can't even categorize your performance because it doesn't exist. Our artists, most of them don't prepare. They are highest, they'll just carry band. Then they'll sing. There is no prepared presentation. Do you understand? Imagine watching some of them perform and you're bored, even if the song is bumping. But then one guy will come on stage and be singing low-key, you know, gentle music, but you are so moved because he or she carved the craft. So that's why being overrated for me is much more than, like I said, the music and even the interview part. It's also when you experience them, you're like, what thing be this? Do you understand? In fact, this era favored them because you see, the streaming era does not care about you.
Yes.
But if you carry these people and put on stage, it can't hold. Hence the reason why I was very upset when a lot of people started overpricing themselves, because I'm like, dude, I can't pay to watch you because I will be bored. Do you understand? If a lot of these artists, especially the ones now, they depend on being popular ahead. Carry any of them, not all of them, but most of them, put them, first time you are meeting this one, sing, impress me, they cannot. At best, you will just like their voice and their vibe, but go there, show me, make a presentation. Music is the only craft where you can get a job without interview. Do you understand? If you want to go and do a thesis for your PhD, you will do a proper thesis, and then they'll say this is worthy of a PhD. But in music, I feel just see your hair and say I like your vibe. So now a lot of shallow people have entered the business. They've also entered the managerial side of things. You see that side? It's a whole nother one, man. And I go at them, the ones that I know, one on one, I have to tell them that you people don't know what you are doing. You know, y'all are winging this thing, but you are giving this idea that we know what we are doing. You're killing the business. When it is time to advance, you will hang because, first of all, you don't have the knowledge, you don't have the character, you don't have the vision. Something that could have gone a step further, you will hang. And because you are eating, you now put, you know, stars on your shoulder and say, "Nah, me." I remember fighting. We're not fighting. I had an issue with Kiss Daniels at the time. I told him, because we worked on a project together, and then he came back and said, "Oh, the label overseas wanted to take over the engineering side." And I told him, I said, "Dude, you know that this thing you did, I don't know if I told him before or after we cut off. I said, you know, this thing you did is actually part of the problem. Because some guy told you, I can mix Afrobeat better than an Afrobeat engineer, and you agreed. So now what you've done is you've told that person that they are the ones that will make your natural sound better, which is total nonsense. Secondly, you've cut off business from other people that potentially could get business. Because if you came into the room and Jay-Z says, "Hey, I need you to work with this guy," I say, "Jay-Z, oh, no disrespect, but I need to get my guys in here." Now, you are a bridge. Do you understand? Now, his guy and your guy meet. And now there's a collaborative energy there. Then the music continues to expand. You've given this person business and whatnot, but then you are growing the industry. You know, but where you sit on a throne, because you made some advancements and then you shut the door. That's what I told him. I said that it wasn't cool because at the end of the day, first of all, it was disrespectful to me, the person that I am. And this is not even pride, it's the fact. But apart from that, these little actions are why Afrobeat today it has plateaued and it's beginning to have a dip, because small decisions like this was killing where the thing could go. Artists will blow up. You have this producer you work with that's been making all these hits for you. You blow up, and now our producer define you. You have now started working with all these Yankee guys who quote unquote are better. Some of these artists will be like, VTEK, what is the difference between mixing in your studio and mixing with those their big mixers? I said I've worked with the big mixer for nothing. Technology has advanced to the point where you can make songs as good on a computer. Now, this same artist that asked me this question comes years later to say they want to do it with their big consoles. And then he does that. Then much later calls me and says, "Can I work with them?" And I said, "No." Do you understand? Because I'm like, first of all, the insult. Second of all, they said they can do it better now. Oh yeah, go and do it better. Do you get what I mean? So this are music, both on the artist side, management side, even the artist to producer relationship. There's been a lot of things that have happened that could have made us the owners of the world.
I kind of like when you say Shallipopi, I kind of like that he sang Don Julio.
No, he's interesting, right? He's interesting. You get what I mean? That's Laho.
Laho.
When I heard Laho, honestly, I thought Laho was weird. I thought it was weird because I'm like, people are weird though. Laho is such a simple song.
I love the beats.
It's a strong song.
Yeah.
And it's true to, I feel like that's one place I cannot poop on Shallipopi. You could feel the Edo-ness in him. He was original like that and he was unique. I thought it was dope. Do you understand? I just didn't realize that what I thought was dope for some people was heaven. So Laho has that mood. Now, as a producer who knows how to dissect music and make, I'm like, man, this is so simple. Could anybody else have pulled this off? Maybe not. You know, did Laho blow up on its own? I don't know. Because I also am part of the machine. I know the work that goes in the background to make sure that you like something. And then after a while, you don't even know that they suggested it to you. Do you get what I mean? But the way it blew up shows that, okay, whatever they did to get it in front of people, people ran with it.
Now we mentioned the underrated, the overrated. Which artists do you think that currently they are underrated?
Okay, this one is easy for me. Oxlade.
Seriously?
Yeah. I think I've said it. Whether I've said it to him, I don't know. Oxlade, very underrated. Oh, very underrated. I've not worked with him. I've mixed his vocals on tracks he was on before, but him.
I know he had some controversy that.
Oh yeah,
that
those
hit
were
him.
things that were
This is
a
controversy.
distraction from what the guy himself can do. You get? And he has had big songs. It's almost like the machine refuses to give him his flowers. You get? So there must be something in there. Maybe he's not playing ball the way they like. Which, in a very sane environment, should not be a deterrence. If I don't shake your hands, does not mean that my hand should go off. You feel me? But the industry is a wild place, you know. So yes, that's a very underrated artist. That's on the big scale. I think he's one. Funny. Maybe another underrated artist. I'm trying to think very fast. Another very underrated artist would be, I think, Crayon.
Crayon?
Yes. You know, because one, he has the right work ethics from working with him over the years. Right work ethic, right attitude. I think he's someone that if the light really shone on him, he would make a good star that's also a decent human being. You know, but I think he's underrated. He's not getting that buzz. But then it might also be the generation he's in, the fast sell music. You know, sometimes the songs are nice, but they may not strike oil. You know, so underrated. I already mentioned Johnny Drill. I feel like people like Johnny Drill should have been the face of this thing because they will represent us well in terms of quality of music, quality of production, quality of engineering, quality of human. You know, not the one that they will say, oh, he's so good, but he's rude. Oh, he's great, but his stage performance is poop. You know, all those things that follow most of these major guys. You know, I mean, underrated. I feel like there's a lot of them, both past, present, and future. But I mean, when it's all said and done, everyone is playing their part in the bigger picture. We can't see it from the top view, from the bird's eye view. But whether I assume they are underrated, overrated, or actually rated, it feels like we're all pieces in the puzzle, and it's getting interesting. I just wish that people would get wiser. Also, really determine and fix the why, because the game is, Afrobeat is worldwide, but I disagree because it has entered these places.
What do you think about someone like Rema?
Rema, is it in terms of him? I think
Him and his music.
I think Rema is amazing. I think Rema is a good template for what the new boy should be, because Rema is actually intelligent.
Do you place him among the big three?
I do. No, I do, because he has earned his stripes. Do you get what I mean? But well, maybe not big three, because it's so weird. The industry's big three have been the same forever. It's the same thing that happened that era. Dbanj, Don Jazzy. No, the Dbanj, Psquare, Tuface. Dbanj, Psquare, Tuface.
Yeah.
There at the time where them slid in there, slid out. You understand? It's the same thing almost happening all over again, where this whole movement, this industry, will now revolve around a few people, because it's like we have the energy to just narrow it down
to some people.
And that's why I said just right now that I feel like Afrobeat is not that big, because if it is big, so big, how can you say Hollywood is big, but you can only count 5 artists? Do you get what I mean? We have big 5. When we think of hip hop, we can name for days. At the same time, they were all hot. You remember when in the club 50 Cent came out? 50 Cent was new act. Eminem was hot. 50 was hot. Snoop Dogg from Tupac was hot. I'm just trying to show you how when you say something is really big, it needs to impact the people much more than just a handful of them. So that's possible, but will the people here take charge?
That's true.
Will they engage? Will they tell the partners from there that, hey, we are partnering, you're not my oga? There's a label in Nigeria. I was talking to my guy now. They created a partnership, and now they've changed the entire way they work to the person that took over. And it's affecting them. I said affecting, continuous tense. And I told him that this is the problem. It's back to that thing I told you about Case Daniel. it is a matter of owning this thing. If a major label comes here and says, VTEK, we like what you are doing, we want to work with you. But for us to work with you, we need to ingest you into our system. Throw away your payment structure, throw away the way you promote, throw away the way you plan. Basically, throw away everything that made us like you. And come, we will make you better. How does that work? Do you understand? So when you do that, it will affect what you do, how well you do it. You know, if a major label comes to Nigeria, they have to be aware. And the thing is that they see us as valuable outside, but there is no way. Again, back to my point about Afrobeat. Personally, I think it's growing, but the growth has been stunted. How are you growing a genre, but the people that are the forerunners cannot? They are not the, how do I call it? You can perform at O2, but we, Nigeria, can't afford you. But you are the face of Afrobeat. It's odd. Do you get what I mean? We can't afford you. We can't interact. It's like you are like our relative in the UK that is supposed to send us money. There is still no perfect bridge. You know, and this is for the major acts. There are plenty of young acts that are just wasting away in the whole box of, because we refuse to put ourselves in front and own the conversation. They help us to own it.
Well, that's because I'm thinking on the big three, to mention Wizkid, and mention Davido, mention Burna Boy, and then now Rema is sliding himself in. What do you think of that big three? Do you think that they are overrated at that spot where they place them?
Overrated? I don't think so.
So they deserve that big three spot.
The thing with the big three spot, which I think is the only measuring stick we have gotten right, is that to be a big three, one, you have to attain a height and sustain it.
True.
It's not just about the song you did that we like today. It's about everything: your brand, your positioning, even the music, your artistry, your presentation, and consistency. Do you understand? So those guys have earned it. So I cannot say Wizkid should not be a big three. Do you understand? People like Wizkid were very pivotal in the Afrobeat of today, because they were the ones that went out of their way to make sure those people in the UK first fell in love. You understand? At a time, if we are discussing big three, it can be controversial. At a time, a Mr. Easy should have been there too. This is what I feel. I feel like Mr. Easy had impact on the genre, both there and here, that we don't talk about.
He said he didn't really do much with music.
But that time that he did something, dude blew from the UK here. So, by the time we're loving Mr. Easy, there was a new audience that was messing with his music, and he carried them here. Doesn't that make him a big name? Now, as a human, he has become such a huge businessman. Again, those are the stripes that makes you sit in the room and say, I am a big name. Your influence in consistency and in growth is the reason why you will find it difficult to take Wizkid, Burna, and Davido of top three.
After the three of them, who do you place at the top?
Who do I place at the top? Three of them are like three shades of a rainbow. So it's very difficult to say this one is their Oga, because what Burna has achieved and is achieving is insane. The impact Davido has had on the music and the experience of it is priceless. Now, the person of Wizkid, among all of them, is the biggest influence. A lot of the youngins that are missing it are even missing it because of Wizkid. Because I've heard of one of those youngins saying, Wizkid know the two posts. But Wizkid is Wizkid. You should be posting every day. You should be a parasite. You should be doing live videos because you are building something. Wizkid is built. So it's difficult to say this one is greater. And they are all doing amazing things, getting endorsements that you
I kind
would
of
dream
slid
of.
in Rema
Rema.
in there. I love the guy personally. In fact,
I,
I would like to bring him out of them. He's on a league of his own.
yes. So you
For
see,
me,
the thing
Rema
with
is just
Rema,
on
the
a
thing with
league of his
Rema,
own completely.
the thing with Rema is that I feel like Rema is on his way, because here's why I say he's on his way. He might, in my own assessment, not be there. Is that every one of the big three didn't just affect music, they affected the culture. Their existence caused conversations, caused movements. In fact, if Olamide was actively doing music, like that, he would be among them. If not top three, he will be number 4, just by virtue of the guys in question. Because these guys did not just make us sing their songs. People were being Badosne. Do you understand? They crossed from giving us tracks when we love to making us discuss at home. People are doing the hairdo. That's the level that Rema, for me, has not gotten. But if it's about the music and the success and the consistency, I think he's there. I've said this before, that if Rema can find a way to be the quote we quote at home, to be the guy that, okay, something about him is making me want to emulate, then he's in that class.
There's this song that he said they created box for him, but he jumped fence, something like that.
I know the song. I think it's
Ozeba. I think it's
Was it
Ozeba self
Ozeba?
that he said that the beginning part where he say, who be that party animal way, something like that. Then he now got to a point where he said they create fence and jump big fence, something.
I think I know.
His lyrics is out of this world.
So now musically and in terms of his genius, he's a big
The guy knows how to put words together.
He's a big, like Rema. In fact, if we did not have to put a top big anything, he's
I'm telling
big.
you, he's on his own. He's on his league. Me, I could place him. I say his league is uncontested.
Isn't it funny? That's what I was just saying. That if we are doing this measuring stick, that's why I do not think he's a big 3, because you see, his style of music has not made people start doing it. All the big names affected people. If you remember, there was a time that a lot of people just started having bad goatee vibes, like Tuface. We even had artists that looked like Tuface. Do you understand? Because when Tuface went with the music and the artistry, it changed people's lives. It caused them to, start to change the way. Exactly. That's where the Davido has gone. Wizkid has gone, Burna has gone. I feel like
those big 3 remain. They have their league. They remain where they are. Big 3. Rema is just on a league of his own. Yeah. You cannot just place him along the big 3. You cannot bring them together.
That's why the idea is, if we have to create a box, this is why I wouldn't put Rema necessarily in that space. I'll put him not big 3, maybe a 4, maybe a 5. But if we had no box, there's no conversation. He's his own thing.
He's in his own thing.
He's
in a world of his own.
He's well on his way to being legendary. And I hope that he becomes a culture shifter, not just another very big artist. Because I feel like Rema as a person would be a good leader. A great leader. And this new gen, they are rudderless. They are like a ship that does not have this thing. It's the truth. It's real truth. They don't have. So imagine if they could look up to this person and say, hey, this person inspired me. It's from my time, so I can relate. Wizkid is older than most of the boys that are looking up to him. Wizkid's experience is different. Wizkid has done things that new boys can't do. Do you understand? So, it's
now, if you look at based on your experience as a producer and composer, mixing and mastering engineer, what do you think makes a song to go viral?
I mean, viral is, first of all, mixing and mastering is just, it's like the foundation of any quality thing. But the viral part is both message and beat. Do you understand? And relevance to the time. Because if I sing about tax reforms and how awful it is right now, and I put a nice dance to it, and in the dance I'm saying something, in the song I'm saying Tinubu Ejo, tax, Akpami, sounds shallow. It can actually start to go viral because the subject matter is very real to people, and maybe I had the dance that they like, to a beat that they like. So going viral, that's what it is. That's why we have a lot of viral success, hardly any sustained success. Do you understand? Is this not the world we live in, where you can get viral of someone's viral thing? There's a song I did back in the day, I think it was 2013. It's called Your Father Yash. I just was having fun. It's comedy, right? This year, someone just let me know that I was trending on TikTok. I went and saw the first video of the first person that posted. It's not me. Me that sang it, I don't carry mind. I don't even think about it. You get? But somebody was looking for the next thing that he can post on TikTok, found it, took a clip of my song, and then went viral. You get what I mean? So if I did it, maybe it would have gone viral. Maybe not. But I'm just saying that the viral part is not hard at all.
So the viral part, that means it's not really about the artist, but majorly about the song, or you think it's about the artist?
It's not about the artist, because you see TikTok, a lot of viral moments are not with the big names. Do you understand? It's not with the big names. A lot of the big TikTokers, none of them were people we knew before, because in that realm of virality, it's not really about you, it's about the thing. The guy that did fish pie, who is he? That's a viral moment. You get what I mean? I mean, we can name only bread that year. You get what I mean? Viral moment. You get? So, and one thing about viral moments is they tend to make the person bigger. I'm trying to remember this guy that used to do, like, he doesn't talk, he just simplifies everything that people do.
Is it Kabi?
Yeah, that guy. But that one now took it levels higher. It made more. So with music, it's the same. Anybody can create a viral song. If it strikes oil with people in terms of relevance, fun, it can become viral.
Have you heard a song that is going viral? I say, what a shitty song is this? Why is it viral?
Let me see. I know this thing might present me as a bit of a dinosaur, but I don't listen a lot to a lot of trending things. Do you get what I mean? Personally, I stumble on them, but I don't put my mind there. You get what I mean? So I might even hear, oh, this is the song that is viral now, hey. And then by tomorrow you ask me, I'll be like, I don't know. Because first of all, I'm not the most online guy. I try, but I'm not like most who it's like, oh, we die here. So I'm not trying to post on TikTok a lot. So I'm not trying to find what will make me have visibility on TikTok, which will now lead me to find what's trending on TikTok, which will now make me find the songs.
Because I remember you saying that you don't know why that Joe Boy Alcohol is going viral.
So Joe Boy's Alcohol, that song is, so he was with a major label. It didn't even matter whether you liked the song or not. It was going to get to your ears. And it's not a terrible song. I just didn't like the engineering. Do you get what I mean? I felt like it could have been better, which is also part of the issue we deal with in the industry. You have a lot of, how they used to say, money misroad. There's also mixing misroad, because when it's all said and done, when the song blows up, we tend to make a standard out of success. We don't learn from it. So now artists will come to the studio and say, VTEK, I want my song to sound like alcohol. I'm like, this is a bad mix. How do I convince this guy that has said that this is the standard?
You get what I mean? He's looking at.
So that was what I was speaking about in that situation. And I mean, the song was thinking about alcohol. Do you understand? So a lot of people can relate. So if it went viral, it's because it's contextual and it's very accessible. So
people can have a very bad mix song, but it's going viral.
Yes.
So how then now do you try to differentiate a very good mix song and then that is not going viral, and then the one that is not good enough is going viral? How do you convince an average artist that this song is better than this particular one you are hearing? How do you convince an average artist like that?
It's pretty simple. Whether or not it's viral or not, whether or not it's viral or it's not viral, a great record is the communication is well done. The context is well defined. So whether it goes viral or it doesn't go viral, if I have to convince you that the non-viral song is better than the viral song, then you are a sheep. Because what that means is, if I bring out I take this air freshener, take a stick, hit it, post it online, and it becomes viral, automatically that's better than a well-produced song. Do you understand? I think the answer to that question is very simple. I should never have to tell you that the non-viral song is better than the viral, because the only reason why that conversation exists is that the viral is in your face, maybe more than the non-viral. So your brain has two options in that situation: hear what you are hearing or hear what you are seeing. Do you get? For a person like me, there are lots of trends that I did not join because I'm like, it's silly. But there are some people that will be like, I'm on this trend, Naimo. I'm like, which one will be Naimo? The fact of the matter is, if they come with another one tomorrow, you need to be able to define what is good, or someone is just telling you what is good or bad. So with music, I should never. That's anyone that asks me that question directly, I'll be like, that's a troubling question, because at the end of the day, whether it's viral or not, is it good?
Now, if you compare today's songs with the golden era of Psquare, Dbanj, Wande Cole, and Co, do you think we're becoming better musically or declining?
Technologically, better. It's a very, how I feel about it is, there is a lot of decline. So now, remember I talked about the why. Remember, I said the why has suffered a lot. When Psquare were creating personally, they said, habatically. We sat down, they thought about it, they talked about the word. They laughed about it. It was not just random words flying out of the air.
And then something just came out.
Yes, personally, the way they framed it, this one came before this one, it was intentional. You get what I mean? When it comes out, there's just something about it, and then it lasts the test of time. You get what I mean? So today, now, a lot of people are not that deep. Do you get what I mean? A lot of music, a lot of art, it's not that deep. So that's why that era, I think it was better in terms of substance. I went back to play songs from 1 year. The same year you will hear Wande Cole, I love that overload. Same year you will hear maybe Shank, Julie. Same year you heard Damiduro. Same year you heard like MI. I'm just saying that in 1 year we were just playing, and like everybody was doing something. But see now, you go to the playlist and press play. If care is not taken, you would think it's a medley. Do you get what I mean? So how can I say it got better? It got more shallow. You understand? Back then, your distinction. I watched an interview by Chimeze. You need to hear him talk about why he did what he did, down to the decision of making the genre that he made. There was a mission. You get what I mean? Now, you say, I'm a piano, I don't know. I'm like, yeah, you can do what everyone's doing, but what's your identity? Identity crisis has affected these are people in all phases, whether it's politics, social conscious, every area. And there's an ignorance that we hate, then we run with. So you can't stop them and say, dude, I hope you know that you have missed your way. They can kill you, because it's like, this is the way. So if you are telling these guys today that Moya shallow, they would argue. Here's an example. Kiss Daniels once said, Talk to Me, Your Mama was a song he wrote from a letter to his ex. Tell me how that is not deeper than some artist strolling into the studio who has probably just had sex with an OS. And then all he's just thinking about is just different styles. Now he does it once. And he does it twice. Then after a while, you're like, dude, is this your niche? But then you realize that it's not his niche. It just is shallow. He does not have experience, really.
Now, I want us to come down to the business of music itself. What do you think makes a sound commercially viable out there?
What makes a sound commercially viable is similar to what makes a sound viral. You get, it's a product. So the product has to speak to people at the time and speak to them enough to engage their pockets or their indulgence. So, that's what makes a song commercial. However, in music, market testing is odd. It's like the example of Laho. The beat of Laho is very outside.
Yes.
So now you can also use money. That can also make things commercially successful. Do you understand? They can promote a thing till you cannot do without thinking about it. And the example I like to give is there was this show they did back in the day where they were trying to show entrepreneurs how their minds were all beings of impression. So they drove by like a highway, and on the different sides of the highway you had different billboards. Yes, this one had Coca-Cola, this one had a woman with a red dress, this one had two people sword fighting. Then they asked all these people to sit down and come up with ideas, and somehow they derived their unique inspiration from those things that they just saw in passing. They didn't ask them to observe. It's the same thing with Coca-Cola. If I drive from here to mainland seeing different types of Coca-Cola billboards and I've not really had an option for drinks, then I walk into a store. Of course, I'm going to buy Coke. And I will tell myself that there's just something about this drink. But what I don't know, that they've been suggesting it to me since. Do you understand? Even with commercial, that's why with commercial success with music, yes, you can just do all that stuff, do the right music, right style, but the truth is, you still spend to push it. So that even if they were not ready to receive it, now they have no choice but to receive it.
Now, there are many producers that make hits and beats, but they stay broke. What do you think they are missing?
There's a lot. That subject is a podcast of its own, because I've lived in that realm. The truth is, we here are not as developed as we would like to say we are. Like I said, Afrobeat is grand, Afrobeat is big, but when you really look at Afrobeat, you can count the people eating well from it. That's well, not eating, well. Same thing with producers. It's people like Don Jazzy that started making people to respect producers well. And you see, Don Jazzy was on TV, he was striking pose, he was dropping lyrics in the Dbanj songs. Do you understand? Then the time came, producers now started dropping their own songs. J Martin's blowing up, Terry G blowing up. They had to become artists so that you could value a producer. That's where we are. So now these are the ones that push through. There's a lot that that's not their dream. So how are they protected? How are they valued? It's only recently that we started really respecting royalty. For a long time, artists will actually do a deal with you that, should they pay you or should they give you royalties? I'm like, no, you give me both.
Okay.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
If you want me to forfeit that, I will tell you what to collect to do that.
Yes.
You will not tell me, I will pay you, I'll give you royalty. But I've taken that offer years ago because I didn't know better. The person that was giving me that offer knew that, now VTEK, now young guy, ain't gonna need the money. Do you understand? But if it's today, you can't do that now. So there's the business that does not necessarily protect the producer. Then there's saturation. Everyone is trying to make a hit track. So you are going into sessions, giving different artists different beats. Then the artist will say, we'll pay you, artists will owe you. Then the song will blow up. And if it blows up well enough, you can now get businesses from other places. But how many business do you want to get from one big song? You have to make it again and again. So it's like a very terrible rat race. That's why I love Them Are Broke. And again, the why. When you think of VTEK, you are not confused about him. Some people are jumping wherever they need to. It's almost like they're surviving. So they don't define a thing. I used to sit down and go, why don't Yahoo boys used to bring job to me? But then I thought about it like, my brand does not call them. But if I was some beat producer that just makes beats based on me, I will work with everybody. So I'm for everybody but nobody. Do you understand? And eventually it robs you. It robs you.
Now, what about when it comes to artists themselves? How does an artist make money?
There are lots. In fact, I said something to Yemi some months back. I said, it was tired. I said, this industry, especially here, was designed for the artist. Do you understand? They make money like crazy. See, if an artist pays you 5 million naira for production, that's peanuts, because one show they can make that money back.
Serious.
That song blows up. I can tell you people now. I've been where years ago, I think Psquare, one of the brothers, traveled to go and see a governor. Remember, they were already big. Traveled to go and see whether a governor or House of Rep somebody. The man told him, "Thank you for coming with this 5 million naira."
Wow.
Because of who he was. Now, if this guy had gone with his producer, they may not even give the producer. You see what I'm saying?
True.
So, artist comes in the studio, stress me, do all of the drama. At the end of the day, I mix Buga, that's Kiss Daniels and Techno. When they talk about Buga, it is always Kiss they talk about. When Kiss was traveling and fighting, they were saying, "Oh, he did not come for the show, this one, that one." It is him. Do you understand? Which is what brings me back to that thing with the mixing and mastering issue I had with him, where you are now in the room where they are still trying to propagate that thing that you created and you let it slide. Yeah, I mean, so a lot of producers are suffering that thing, but it's like a jungle.
What does it really take to break into the global market in Africa?
Breaking into the global market, honestly, there are a lot of factors, because whether we like it or not, there are machineries that make that happen. You get what I mean? You have to get the right partnership, whether it's a label deal, whether it's a distribution deal, whether it's a publicity and marketing deal. You need that internationally, because I'm a Nigerian. I can get viral in the US with Nigerians in the US. But for me to get viral with a white guy from Texas who only listens to Jim Reeves, and, you get what I mean? It's going to take a machinery, Hence the reason why I said we, in a weird, maybe naive way, dropped the ball, because those machineries came, but we did not give those machineries standards. We took what they gave. So to get big internationally, I mean, it still requires that machinery, and then investment in promoting yourself, where investment is required.
Personally, for you, I want you to give me your journey to your Grammy Award. How did it happen?
Okay, so 2020 was when we made that song. At that time, I was already bored. I had mixed, I think, Grammy Wizkid, Adekunle Gold, Umale, DJ Tunes, just the year prior. So that was when I was like the guy to go and mix and master with Onto. That was the big boah. After Kulego's songs, then that happened. It was just like a spike. So I was not really interested in producing. Yemi was the one that insisted that, "Victor, you have to make this Angelique Kidjo song." And it took a month and 2 weeks, if I remember correctly, and they waited before I started the production. You get? So the story pretty much starts there. Me and Yemi were always working. She would send me vocals, features that she had. I'll mix her vocal. If the artist was willing to mix with me, they would send the whole data. It was just like clockwork. I wasn't even sending her beats. I told her I was just bored. I don't feel interested in it. It was everybody else that I was posting, but I told her. So it was just a, "Look, Victor, you have to do this one." And I was like, okay. And it's funny, that year, that was the song. And then I think Woman by Simi, if I remember correctly, were the only two productions that I really did that year. Every other thing was mixing and mastering. I wasn't taking production gigs because I was just like, what's the point? Only maybe exceptions where, okay, maybe the money was right. And I felt, okay, I could use this money to do something. So the journey is pretty much that. Now, of course, did the song, she released it. Hey, Angelique Kidjo project, thank God, it's an honor, blah, 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 blah.
We're not expecting that at all.
Grammy at all. When I saw the nomination, I was like, oh, this is so cool. Now, funny, the Grammy was 2021, not 2022. 2021, I was my friend's child's birthday. And then I heard all the Grammys on. And nothing concerned me now. Party, kid, they want to see iCali because the costume was scaring the child. We're eating rice downstairs, going upstairs, watch TV a little. My mind was not there. In fact, the night time when someone sent me a message from the Grammy event that you just won, I was arguing with someone on the phone. So my mind was not there at all. I had no thoughts. Like I was just like, hey, it's even an honor to be nominated with her. So imagine when I won, I was like, ha. It didn't hit me for like 2-3 days. I think it really dawned on me when they gave me the certificate.
Are you serious?
Yes. And it's funny because I have 3 of them. Normally, I'm supposed to have 4 because I produced, I mixed and mastered, and I co-wrote.
Okay.
So they were supposed to give 3. But then they just squeezed it into 1. Then they gave me 1. So it's like, I'm guessing they didn't quite understand how to, again, separation. Now, the subsequent year, they nominated Dignity for a new category they created. So I think Song for Change, which was the first of its kind, because what year have they ever nominated one project twice? You know, and then of course I got my certificate of nomination. You know, that'd be nice if we won that one, because then it would have just been like, hey, like Grammy just anytime they just see my name, they just dash me one. You know, but
on Grammy, what do you think, honestly? Do you think winning Grammy is politics, or is actually they actually give it to the right people?
So I do not know enough about that. I've heard that yes, there's political influence, but I also know some of the voting members. Do you understand? So I know people that the system, they are not in the system, they are just voting members. I know that person, you can't buy him. So it's a weird place, but at the same time, it's I can almost see the politics in it, because you know there was a category they nominated and Tyler won, and I'm like, first of all, she had a strong song, but she wasn't the only one. And it's funny because she won and they did not play Fela's song, because even the people that decided that this is the person we will give not even know her song.
You can imagine.
Do you understand? So those moments kind of make you wonder, like, you know,
something fishy.
Exactly. But last Grammy, Yemi was nominated, do you understand, for one of her songs. And that was a very big moment for me in terms of seeing that, oh, it is possible. It's not the same people every year that they've chosen in their own small brains that these are the ones that must represent us, you know. So it would be nice to see a Grammy. And that's the thing with the Grammy Awards. It blew up a lot of artists. Our Grammy is still yet to blow anybody up. Because Norah Jones, yeah? She won the Grammy with her demo. There was a group in the US that won the Grammy. They sent 2 of their members because they could not even afford to transport to the Grammys.
Wow.
That's how fresh they were.
Wow.
That's what the Grammy represents. Beyond just being a solid award, it has made way for many. Like, then they try, but after that point, it's like, oh man, all the way up. So our Grammys is not doing that.
Why?
Our own category, at least, because it must be those big names. It's like they make it look like if you are not big, you don't deserve to be here, but that's not true.
You know why I'm thinking that maybe there is a bit of politics in it? Because to me, I'm thinking, hasn't Davido done enough to earn a Grammy for himself?
But Grammy is not earned, in a sense. Do you get what I mean? It's not like earned. Do you get what I mean? You have to. I don't know.
Do they dash it?
I don't know all the metrics, yeah. But because I've seen the Grammy nominate Chris Brown in a category with an unknown R&B guy, and the unknown R&B guy won, I know that it should be about how the submission and the artist hits you, not by how big he is in his country. For me, the Grammys is supposed to be neutral ground. You get a person that started singing today, as long as they make a strong enough impression, should be eligible. It's not a Nigerian award now. Nigerian award that they will add celeb there with the hope that the celeb will show up. I've been at in fact, I'll mention, oh God. You're asking for wahala because I've seen things, you know. But if I even describe the situation, you will know the award, because I was part of production. Said person was supposed to be next rated. When it was time to call next rated, I saw somebody else.
Are you serious?
Very, as in, like, we just saw, and once I saw that, I chatted to someone in production, like, what is happening? In fact, anyone who would remember that year, when the artist that they announced came out, they played another artist song. That other artist song They played it because it was already queued. Do you see what I'm saying? Why did they give it to this other person? Maybe at the back room. Maybe money has come out. Maybe just the person being around is like, oh, let's honor them. You know those kind of mumu. Grammy is not like that.
So Grammy is not like that.
You can win and not be around.
How
I just told you.
How are you sure?
Because I told you now.
Because you know, you saw it or you observed it. What
Yes.
about the Grammy backyard? Do you know what they do there?
So the reason why I know you can win a Grammy without being there is I told you that a group won the Grammy and all of them could never afford to come.
Wow.
That's it. If we're like a 6-man band, only 2 people came because that's the people they could gather money and pay for. So it's not always about the big names and the big workers. It's also about who made an impression.
So Davido has not made an impression enough.
He has. However, it's not an entitlement.
Yeah, he's not entitled, but he has made an impression enough. Do you know what it means to be the biggest artist in Africa?
Well,
the biggest.
This biggest thing is also a bit of an ojoro because when they say he's the biggest artist in Africa, how will you now describe Burna Boy? Even though Burna Boy's steez is not African centered, right? Because I think that's also, it has something to do with maybe his monetary value. And Burna's music is a bit more broad. So when you hear him, if you hear him from elsewhere, you might just think, oh, nice artist. You won't think nice Nigerian artist. Davido stays true to the roots. But I'm just saying that when it comes to Grammy, no entitlement. In fact, when I see the Grammy categories, I'm like almost irritated because I'm like, this is the normal Niger thing. They always give the spotlight to the people who already have the spotlight. If you get what I mean. I can even use it as an example. Some of the people you've interviewed, like Cosmas, for instance, I've heard about him, but you sat with him for 2 hours plus and talked. Most people will not be looking for Cosmas. They will be looking for D1, or if they can get VDM, or they can get the person that just fought in Big Brother. They now evicted him. Do you understand what I'm saying? What's the real value? You get what I mean? So I don't know if that makes sense. So what do you?
No, I just feel that personally he deserves it. At least that fight between what they call those Wizkid fans again?
Oh, Wizkid
FC them, and then
toxic human beings.
Yes, and Davido fans them. Before you do it, maybe at least that fight can calm down a bit.
So there's also the voting members. I know about that because I know at least 2 or 3 people that are voting members. Now, if a voting member does not choose you, he or she is entitled to feel like, I think this person should get it. You get what I mean? So I think there's also that layer. But then you're right. At the same time, this world is weird. Entertainment has a lot of hands in the back. You get what I mean? A lot of people puppeteering. In fact, there was a story I heard at the time. There's a major label that chose the artists that would be in the categories. You get what I mean? They chose the artists that would be in the category. We're not Nigerian, but you get what I mean. It's like when and I know it might sound like I'm pooping on Tyler, but I've done this business long enough to know when you are engineering someone's success, it's not as organic. And how we know is that when that machinery removes their hands, is they just disappear. Do you understand? It's not because they disappeared. If you are 0, I use 1 billion to make you. In fact, I'm going too far. I had a friend, very good friend of mine. He was in a label. And there was a lot of money, and they used the money. Like they used it to promote him. He had maybe like 1 big record, but at the end of the day, when that money left his back, it was like he went back to almost ground zero. Because what happens if I walk into a radio station and pay them every time they play my song? Is that the day I don't have money, they won't play my song. So I didn't win them over. I bought them. That's why when I look at the Tyler movement, I know things about from the back end. Now, this is not to poop on her. She's talented. I think she's a great performer. But I've done this long enough to know that, see, it is worse for you if they curate your success. It is even better for you to be from the ground up because that will last longer. Davido grew on us.
Yeah.
Do you get? Tyler dropped Water. Same year she won the Grammy. Now it's allowed, but when you look at the other songs there, I'm like, if it is based on deserving, I don't think she did, because she had not earned it, right? You see where I'm
That's the
going?
word.
So in the real world, she can win because the Grammy is for everybody. But at the same time, I'm looking at her like, I know your label CEO. I know I think it's a woman. I know the people behind you. Do you understand? The platforms you are even getting, you are not getting there because these people are asking for you, which is part of the business, right? But there has to be a balance.
They say the Burna Boy won the Grammy because of Didi and Ben Don Collect.
But that can't be now because first of all, most people do not know that he's in it's an American record label. He's like Thames. When Thames gets nominations in some categories that are not Afrobeat, it's because of the affiliations they have. But apart from that, come on, you can see the impact Burna had.
Does that have something to do with Ben Don Collect?
I personally don't think Burna plays that way. But then who knows who plays that way? Do you get what I mean? But then it might also be the Nigerian factor playing in where for you to hammer, you don't do ritual, they do yahoo.
Yes.
And we see it. So everybody's correct. If they suspect you of being a thief, they are right. If they suspect you of working hard, they are right. Because we see both.
True.
But I do not think. But Burna made such an impression. In fact, the album African Giant, in my opinion, was better than the album that won the Grammy.
Seriously?
Yes, the one with yeah. That's the album. The impact was felt. Like Burna's success was like, it didn't even feel like they were promoting. It just felt like it was right place, right time, right songs. Do you get me?
That Ye made wave because of, I think they said it's because of this artist that sang something.
It's Kanye. His name
West,
was shortened to Ye.
Yeah, yes.
But me that I heard Ye, I not hear it because they Kanye anything. I heard it because I heard this song and I'm like, what? And that was the effect he had on everybody. So seeing Burna Boy the way he and Burna didn't strike oil with one song. Do you understand? Or two. It was like the whole project was just filled with songs. That's the traditional successful album where you have you have On The Low. There was like a third and a fourth. That's what I'm saying.
Much.
So when he didn't get that,
tomorrow, I'm telling you, I've not seen any Burna song that has impression on me like On The Low.
Here's the funniest thing: the year that he was nominated for that album, Angelique Kidjo won. She still gave him a shout out because of how well he had done. So now the next year he comes up with the album with the one with Ed Sheeran and Last. I'm like, you can tell if you want to judge the quality of the music in terms of the roundness of his song, not just the engineering or production, but the depth of his song. Let's be real, David is dope, but David is the best of the candy guys. Do you get what I mean? Personally, I don't listen to a Davido song to tap into his experience. I listen to a Davido song because it's sweet, it's nice, the beats are dope, and David has a lovely voice. But see, Burna, you are listening to Last, and you can hear him clearly heartbroken. These guys feel it too. And if it is a voting ground, and the people hear that, they would say, no, this one has more weight than this one. Do you get what I mean? This is real life. If I heard I'm unavailable and I heard Last, I would pick Last, not because unavailable is not dope. But Grammy, prestige, depth, the nature of, okay, which song would I put in front of the world and say this best represents the deepness of us? I would pick this one. But color, how we are all jovial and bright and happy people, this one. So I feel like those things color the fair play part
of the Grammy.
That's why I cannot judge Burna unfairly. Burna is not playing on our league. The people that will be in the voting category for the Burna situation, a lot of them too will just listen and be like, it sounds stronger. Oh, his brand looks stronger, even if both brands are strong. So when he wins, based on those votes, I can't hate on him. I can't doubt. And I feel like, hey, David might get it. But thankfully, the Grammys it's just a nice feather on the cap. It's not the whole have all and be all of our career.
They say they are using David to keep getting clouds just for the African-centric people. And then at the end of the day, they will not give to him so that
it's weird. How are they using? You see, it bothers me when Nigerians talk like this. It shows Delulu. Do you? I mean, it's like we think we are something we are not. It's like there's no the humility in Nigeria is the legs are shaking because the truth is Grammy owes us nothing. One, two. How is Grammy using Davido for clout? This same Grammy we are talking about, if I'm not mistaken, this chick, there's this rapper chick that's popping now, dark skin, very dope. If I remember her name. Those were the people that had moments in this Grammy. Do you understand? Those were the people that were like, okay, let's see if she will win because this girl really is good. So you now tell me that that audience ignored her and came because of Davido. Davido was in one category or two at most. Some people had 6 nominations. So I think we as a people, this is why our growth is very stunted. Funny, you gave an example. It reminded me of another situation similar to this one where our attitude and our mentality compromised an opportunity. BET that year, if you remember the BET Awards, they do like this BET cypher, this rap cypher, and they've been doing it for years. Eminem and all these other people will gather, they'll do the cypher in their word, and then they'll show it. They came to Nigeria to do cypher. They did cypher. Cypher has not come out. Somebody, whether it was from one of these platforms, I think it's not just okay.com, but I'm not sure. Years ago, maybe took a picture, posted it, and now had this whole gist about how these people are sidelining us or putting us in a corner. Somebody internally told me that someone almost lost their job because of that act. BET is Black Entertainment Award America. They decided, oh, let's do something with these Nigerians. They'll be like, maybe we should avoid these people. And that's how that door just closed or became smaller. Tomorrow, someone will be mad and saying, BET, they don't really rep Nigeria. By the way, years after that, artists of our own have performed there. But that's the stunting attitude that people have when they say Davido, and then they use that for clout. Imagine if I was
people pay attention now. People pay attention.
Who? How many are we?
You know how many people when anytime they're talking about Grammy, you know how many people how many Nigerians start to pay attention because of Davido?
Who are we? How many are we? How many? See, if you do the statistics, you will see how shame is somersaulting in Bouncy Castle because how many of us have smartphones? As plenty as we are. Do the math. Go and find the metrics. You will find that we are growing. But it's like SS2 student telling a PhD person, guy, no sabi. Possibly it can be right, but most times it's going to be wrong. So sometimes it's just the humility of look, we are on a journey. The year that Angelique Kidjo won the Grammy, I know somebody was like, that woman, their person, she waiting. The person now said which song she released. That's when I just knew that this one's a village. It's those proverbial village people we talk about
that listen to Davido only and Wizkid.
So now in his mind, Grammy is Headies. Do you understand? You think that if they cared so much about this song, when Tyler Water won, why did they play Water? You don't get enemy. Just so you understand that to a large degree, as much as that was a big blunder, it's the impression more than even the music, I dare say. So if you say, which song Angelique Kidjo, released? Angelique Kidjo at the time was touring the world. People knew her in places that we don't even know exist. So imagine those places now have voting members versus how many Nigerians. Of course she will win. So you see why the lulu of it is mind blowing. Like we are not yet ready to face the fact that there's work to be done. There is innovation. What are we even saying? I was talking earlier about Apple and how most of the curators are not Nigerians. It might have changed, but at the time, the person that was determining top 10 does not even know what top 10 song here sounds like. Do you understand? Instead of focusing on how to get him to understand, you are mad that he didn't put the song you like. So it's like your priorities are even wrong. If Davido didn't win, who else was in that category that could have won? There are lots of people working hard. Look at Arya Star. Look at the work that Mavins is putting into her. Do you understand? I feel like based on the efforts that they are doing to put her on the map, that's someone that we should be talking about. We can even take it there and say, okay, we don't even talk about her because she's a woman. You see, we can be going shallower and shallower. You get what I mean? Because when people feel like, oh, they are using Davido for clout, I'm like, Arya Star is probably bigger in the young crowd than David right now. So when she got nominated, were they using her for clout? Do you understand? I'm just establishing a very big case of our priorities are always wrong. When they created the Afrobeat category, I still remember they did one kind call, one kind group call, and people were just arguing in the group. They've done Afrobeat category, but Shabi, we were talking about a genre that represents Africa. Where is the Shallipopi? Where is the Diamond Platinum? Where are all the other Africans that are short? As in, when you say numbers, honestly, they are doing numbers more than us. I have been to Cote d'Ivoire. I've been to, it is not Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire. I've been to Cote d'Ivoire. I have seen where their own local artists is performing. These guys are turning up. Do you understand? So is it fair to them? In fact, I feel like if they nominate them, Grammy will, if it's by clout, Grammy will get more clout because these people genuinely rep their own. It's not like Nigeria that Davido versus Wizkid or Ghana that every day that this one will be fighting. This is like Ghanaian industry, they just like to fight. Do you understand? They like to argue with each other. These ones support their own. See Diamond Platinum selling out arenas like any other day. You get, but we have not even gotten to those conversations.
Is strong.
My point generally is when we talk as Nigerians, like the world revolves around only us. It bothers me because it does not allow us grow.
Now, do you think people like Psquare, Tuface, Dbanj, if it's this Grammy rave, do you think they're supposed to win one Grammy?
If the Grammy was around, that MTV base that Tuface won would have been a Grammy. Easily.
Are you serious?
Easily. Because one, he's just a rounded artist. The music was on point. He had a good brand. African Queen was like striking several oil whales at once.
The Grammy was not around then?
Not for us. They had not created a category for us. And remember, most of our artists were signed in Nigeria. Okay. In fact, that would have been a bigger flex because Kenny's Music, Lagos, Nigeria, would have given us a Grammy Award winner. Do you get? Not Burna Boy, who's with RCA, an American label, or Atlantic with an American label. You get like the Yankee factor say follow. In fact, the reason why they could even tie Burna to Diddy is because they saw them talking. But imagine a Tuface winning the Grammy. Do you understand? It will come, people in First Star could feel like, man, he used to live next door and he's gotten to this height. I can get there too. It won't feel like, oh, more this journey far. How many white people are one friend before they go even first reason me, put me inside room before.
Do you think you could have won it above Psquare that time?
Now that one would have been tough. No, at the time Tuface was at his prime, there was nobody.
Psquare were there.
But when Psquare was at their prime, Tuface wasn't.
They were kind of head-to-head as of that time.
Yes, but the African Queen Tuface had, in fact, if you remember, they used to kind of yab Psquare that their music was shallow. You might not remember, like they used to say their music was very basic. It's because you had Tuface that when you hear the production, then you hear the lyrics, then you hear the structure, it feels like this one a musician, what's in this one's okay, they dance, they're fine. It's sweet, but you get the bar was so high then. Because it's like the band showed up and they said that one just they enjoy himself. So they never judge him like because if they brought him into that convo, they'll be like, no, you know rich. You get, so I still believe if they put them together, the gap will be very small. But I still feel Tuface of Ufune Bawa, African Queen, would have been difficult to beat.
Wow.
Difficult to beat. He would have been the guy that lost, and everybody would be like, Grammy didn't give it to real music, which is ironic because they would be giving it to Psquare. And people will know that Psquare worked hard. But I thought this was about the music. Do you understand? The music is not the same. Take all of Psquare catalog, bring Ufune Bawa and that set, play it next to each other. You will know the one that got up in the morning and said, I woke up in the morning and I brushed up my teeth. Like he was telling you the story of his day.
That was the time of Psquare Do Me now.
What is Do Me?
The club banger.
Yes, I'm just saying that when you say Do Me in comparison to a guy, like how do I describe it? It's like these are hit records, and I think that's what made that era interesting. These are different songs.
Oh my God.
I remember all of that. Now I do. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying that the bar then was so high. It was so high. Like musicians were coming to the studio with lyric book. So they thought from home that this is what I want to say, this is how I want to say it, this is where I want to say it. So the competition, Psquare was doing the same thing, but you could tell that the strength was not the same. Do you understand? In fact, these ones leverage a lot on the right melodies, right beats, right vibe. But Tuface was almost left wing. Tuface was almost doing reggae at the time where he's here. Tuface was doing almost reggae. That was risky, but that's how powerful Tuface's impact was. He could go all the way there. The next person that did that was Burna. Remember, Like to Party. The same year with Go Gaga Going Crazy. The same year with there was a vibe people were going. Burna just came with this thing that felt like all the Nepo babies could. And then it now entered the streets.
What about MI? Ice Prince.
MI.
Be cool.
MI. Rap wise, the guy.
I'm telling you.
You know, I hate that. But I hate that he's not so much around. But hey, everyone grows and goes different ways, right? I miss Banky W. Even if I understand why he's left that realm. But Banky was another very interesting musician. And all these people, if you put them in a category at their prime, anyone that win, the fans will be like, you just win by a small. They won't feel like, why this one go collect them?
True.
Do you get me? They won't feel like Banky.
Because they know they are all working.
They were all acing. That's what I miss about this time. True. This time feels like there's too much hands in the pot, so you don't know when someone's earning it or when they are giving it. You know, and then when you even get someone in there that's neutral, you put all the songs together, then the one that will take it, you'll be like, if it's by musical, rich. If it's brand, okay, maybe you can say, oh, this person has teas, but this wasn't what it was about. It's like Headies. Back in the day, Next Rated was like the award to win. Then after a while, it just became nothing because of a lot of politicking. This one I can tell you for a fact. I've been a part of that.
That's exactly where I want to go into. What do you think is wrong with Headies?
Headies. Oh, what a question. Oh Lord, this podcast will have like 4 parts because you see with the Headies, I had like Headies. Oh, I think Headies. God, that award let me down so bad. And I thought
they didn't give you.
Give me. I never got nominated, which I found to be very ignorant because in 2014, I think Psquare won the Artist of the Year, something like that. They got all these nominations. They nominated the producer who did the entire album. Same thing happened with Simi. Simi released the album, Owambe. The album with Owambe, Abeni, Jam Question, those records. I had one of the biggest songs on the album. She won Artist of the Year, Songwriter of the Year, Female Artist of the Year, like 5 awards. Did not nominate one producer from the album. I think she even won Album of the Year. You get what I mean? I'm like, how does this make sense? You picked the album, pick the artist, pick the songs. You could not even say, based on how well this project did and all the nominations she got, let's honor one of the producers. They didn't do it.
Is that why you have a problem with them?
I have problem with Headies because they let me down. Beyond just being a producer and a practitioner, I was also a fan. I was that guy that used to buy the Hip Hop World magazine. I used to have them in stacks. So I just loved this thing, right? Now, when they did the awards, it was so exciting. Then they went forward and gave us Headies, the award with the Next Rated in categories where it's like, man, we got to get, this is nice. This is our own. But then, very gradually, you started seeing the decline in the quality of the production. It's a known fact that they could do better. And they spent so much money to not be able to get the quality. You understand? There was one Headies I attended, the one that Davido won Next Rated. I was at it, the award, Burna Boy and Damikre were the rookies of the year. I still remember. That's the Headies where Burna was performing and he fell. Then he got back up and everybody was like, man, nice recovery. That Headies, I was there. When they did, best vocalist or best one singer category, and then you had Wande Cole, you had Banky W, you had Praise, you had a 4th person there, you had Mehdi. They gave it to Mehdi. Everybody shouted in the crowd, how can Mehdi in a category of best R&B beat Wande Cole? Even the songs they nominated were all R&B except Mehdi.
So you think there's politics involved?
Oh yes, I'm sure of it. Very positive. But then it doesn't just end there. Remember I mentioned the production. Like my wife organizes concerts. I did a concert at Freedom Park in 2016. So I know that if you want sound to be right, the projectors to show right, the program of the event to be locked, you can do that. Headies was very clumsy with that for a long time. Clumsy. Now, a lot of events in Nigeria are like that. So that level of mediocrity exists, but you are the Headies. Then, that Headies Award, we saw all those carelessness and all those clumsiness, right? But then, fast forward to when I got to be inside, in a way. And then that thing happened where I saw one person's name, the person they called was different. And that happened like 3 times. Do you understand? It kind of hurts that I lost.
There's a name and they call somebody else's name.
Yes, someone else won.
You saw that there was a name.
I had the picture.
Are you serious?
This was years ago. I didn't want to throw them like that, but the truth is, this is why I'm hard on them, because I was such a fan. So it's like,
you remember those names?
I remember one. Oh, wahala. So I think there was one. Yes, it was actually, I think it was supposed to be Victor Adi, but then they called Rema.
Are you serious?
That's the one that I remember.
I remember that one caused an issue on stage that very day. I remember
that they called
day.
Rema, and then they played Waiting We Gain. So now I knew that based on program, that year was supposed to be Victor Adi's year.
They said Don Jazzy influenced it.
I don't know, but what I'm saying is, when you see that, it's one thing when you're seeing it from outside. Like, why was Selahmeditate mad when they were just packing everything and giving to Mavis artist? Then he came out and had an outburst. Then I'm in the back room and I see it happen. I'm like, come on, guys. We complain about APC, PDP, ADC, and all of these, IPCs and all these people that are constantly rigging and burying. What you are doing is, in your own selfishness or whatever, you are messing up the beauty of this thing, right? So, after I saw that, I'm like, you can now imagine how irritated I was. Do you understand? Because I could see that this person, because we all worked hard on that thing, just so that it will flow. And I'm sure this happens in a lot of awards, but their own, I saw it.
You saw it clearly.
Do you understand? It was in my hands.
Wow.
So, when you see the person that's supposed to maybe win next rated, and you're like, man, this thing will change his life. Then they give it to this guy that has all these things already for him. So I'm like, why? Do you get?
So, but in hindsight now, do you think they did the right thing by giving it to Rema?
No.
Because look at Rema now, is killing it. Where is Victor Adi?
He didn't add anything to Rema.
Where is Victor Adi now?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Remember what I said about the Grammy being an award that lifts people up? So Next Rated used to do that.
Done that for him.
Yes, but Next Rated now became about, I don't know what it became about. Do you get what I mean? I still remember, man, there's lots of stories you can tell. And these are not just hearsay. There's a lot of hearsay, but this one, I saw it.
Mr. Easy won Next Rated over Humble Smith that period.
Yes.
Now where is Mr. I can't even see Mr. Easy again. It's no longer.
So Mr. Easy's own. It's not that he went down. Dude had a different destination in life. Now, if they gave Next Rated to Humble Smith at the time, it would have been unfair because of the impact. Humble Smith only had one song, Osinachi. Mr. Easy was bridging gaps. He was becoming that guy. I said this guy blew from UK into Nigeria. There was an audience he pulled home. It's the same way Yemi, when she did Johnny, she blew from like Francophone Africa into Nigeria. So there were people that were not even looking this way, that started looking this way, because that's the impact that Mr. Easy had. You get what I mean? And it was not from one song. You get what I mean? So it's like Headies lost a lot of that. Then fast forward to when they decided to go abroad. I'm like, we are complaining that these people are straight up culture vulturing us, and you lean into it. How can you go and do Headies in California? It's like you just spat on everybody here that even held. At that point, I was no more a fan of the Headies. I was like, this one is not a serious award.
But it's part of the problem now. You guys don't farms them. You guys don't value what you guys have here. So they try to take it to where you guys try to crave. Because you guys crave Western attention. But they take it out there so that you guys can place more value on it. I guess that's why they do what they did.
But who devalued them? Do you get what I mean? I just told you. In fact, the people that worked on that Headies that I got to see the Ojoro, they are the best when it comes to events. So it's not about giving the right value. That hall was packed out. Do you get what I mean? See, there are some things. It's like doing CAF finals in France, but they will never do Champions League finals in Rwanda. So at some point, you have to be able to define what you represent, who you are. It's like this Afrima now. Afrima is African. Imagine doing Afrima in Malaysia. What are you saying to the meaning of the word? Now, Headies would say, oh, we are for everybody. But I'm like, how are you for everybody? If you nominate Chris Brown and he wins on the night, he's not going to show up. You missed an opportunity to get the heavyweights in that moment to light a fire in Nigeria. One of the discouraging things about the industry now is it's like once you take off, you just take off. Everybody else and find your way. I think there's a disconnect with the success line. So now awards like that bring everybody into the room and remind people that, oh, these people still are for us. I feel like they sold that out when they traveled, and when they're, I think Buju won Next Rated. Again, I watched the award. Understand that I don't pick on them because I just like to pick on them. I sit at night. I think the last 2 years are the only times I did not stay awake to watch the Headies because I knew what to expect. I don't like the production too is also an issue. Even there, you could see moments in time where there's just like this, dark, like, what are we doing? There were times when people were performing, the mics of the people backstage, you'll be hearing them argue. Those clumsy things that makes it look like, it's like secondary school would do a better event than this. And y'all are the ones that we used to really, like when Omaomi would win or Mehdi would, like when those people would win, it's like a big thing. Look at how far you fell and you are doing it shamelessly.
Do you think they fell, or because of this, all these kind of things you are saying right now, you guys don't place value on them? Look at, you spoke very wholesomely about the Grammy. Now you're coming back to your home award, Headies, and you're speaking down about them. I guess this is the reason why they are doing what they are doing. Because look at it that we don't place value on our things. Yeah. That's why people like Davido, Burna and Co. don't give them that value. If the big artists give them the value, I guess they're going to get the name like Grammy has.
Okay. I like how you framed it, right? Because, I was about to just veer off and take a jab at the president because something similar I said recently that was just let me leave that side unless you carry me there. See this one. Remember when Olamide had the outburst at the Headies, everybody from YBN was there. Everybody from Maven was there. So at the time they would all show up. But if I was Olamide and you did this to me this year, next year I won't want to come. Now we are all colleagues. Themselves go see say this one's not serious. See, the head is that Davido won Next Rated. There was one of the main industry heads that came up to speak, and then when he was done speaking and he was walking off the stage, this was his gesture. Yes, like something must have been off, that he was like, they no try. Do you understand? This is not that people didn't show up. They showed up and were underwhelmed. Or they were disappointed. Or they just didn't like, or maybe that man himself don't pick papers. He say they don't swipe someone. It's possible. And it is the cracks that led to this point where they now did the big move that felt like they sold out.
If you felt disappointed, if you show up on Grammy and they disappoint you, would you say next year you will not show up again?
No. If they disappoint me and I have, let's say, first-hand information that, in fact, they called me and said, you are the one winning. Then I got there and they gave it to someone else. I will be pissed. There must have been a reason why Olamide that night came on stage and said, okay, shout out the biggest songs. That thing that he did. Olamide is not known for those type of outbursts. He must have known that something happened. And this was Olamide at a peak. So imagine if they can do that to him. Do you get what I mean? So it was gradual. It wasn't like the Headies fell off in the eyes of people. It was gradual.
So
Or this one will come and say, oh, they gave the next rated to this person because allegedly this one paid for the car. You know, those type of words. And it's not we or that person bad mouthing. Maybe the person really saw it. Maybe the person said it out of spite. But then I go to the event, I buy tickets, and then the sound is not good. The presentation is off. The thing is like there are too many layers that worked against them. That's what I'm saying. It's not like artists just hated. Do you understand that people were excited to hear next rated? Last year, it didn't have any meaning. Do you get what I mean? Because people are like, oh. And it has left the practitioners. Now it is the regular people.
You have badmouthed it enough. That is the reason why nobody gives it that.
But I mean, I just told you that when I started, I was a hip hop fan, hip hop world fan. I wish I still had those magazines.
Do you think the president is the problem
of
the Headies?
The president? No, no. So it's interesting that you just slid into Tinumzi. I genuinely think he's the problem of a lot of things, but not the Headies. Headies had problem before him. You understand? And honestly, I feel like I don't know why it is so, because what Hip TV has represented over the years is important, and no one can poop on Ayo Animashao. No one can poop on his impact. But somewhere in the presentation, there's a thing that, and this thing is not hard. It's not hard. You understand? I spoke about several layers. It wasn't just like I was attacking them. I said even the production, the event itself, you are there and you're like, this so much money went. Why is this thing so disorganized? Imagine me watching the Headies in California, be wherever they did it, and I'm hearing voices in the background complaining Yoruba. Those are errors that a professional doesn't make. There's those subtle things that pile up and form this. Oh, leave them. If they nominate me tomorrow, I would go because hey, I don't hate them. I just feel let down.
By their process.
Yes, like heavily let down. And if anyone came and said, okay, VTEK, what can we do differently? I would give them plans on plans. It's not hard. Do you understand? So it's always this the era of anything you say against someone that they don't like, you're a hater.
You're a hater. Now, if you think of Peter and Paul of Psquare, which of them now do you think is currently doing well commercially?
Well, I know that Peter is doing a lot of work. That's why I would say maybe him. But Paul really aces when he does this thing, man. Sometimes Paul just does that one song and just scatters everywhere. Because both guys still have weight. They do, and they do their work. They do their homework. They know this game, So I cannot really say anyone does better. The same year that, maybe Peter had one big song this year. Next year, Paul has a big song. They are still charming. But of course, we know that together, they are so unstoppable.
Can they win Grammy?
No.
Not possible.
It's not possible. I don't even know how they want to do it. Because remember, with the Grammys, it's beyond just the music. It's also the impression. Do you get what I mean? Which is why when you see some people in there, you can already see bureaucracy. But I feel like Psquare, to get in there, it's not enough to do one song or two songs like Tyler. They will have to really, really show the people that, okay, you should be here. Which would be so awesome. Because none of the OGs have entered there. OGs, I mean the older G's. Because all them Psquare, Tuface were before the Olamide days and Don Jazzy. So it'd be nice to see an OG do something in this time that will be so impactful that the Grammys will be like, let's look at him. To be a big flex. Also, Psquare were independent. I think that's one of the painful things. Even when I talk about the Headies and some musicians, these guys hustled. Do you understand? There's no international label that was throwing millions of dollars at them. These guys worked. So those guys, their wins would have meant so much more. Which is why I was so happy when Yemi got nominated.
Out of all the people, all the artists you have worked with, which of them is the most interesting one that you love so much?
At this point, okay, if I'm calling a big name, maybe Yemi. Because we have worked for so many years. And you see, me and Yemi can have a session of 8 hours and we're just gisting for 5. So I think, and there are different layers to it. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's serious. It's professional, but it's also free. So I think I would say Yemi. I had a great time working with Awilo. brother Capital Femi. Oh, those are people that we bonded,
Mm.
and we just come into the studio, and as we're gisting, we're working. So yeah, I think I'll say Yemi, maybe Awilo, and I'm sure I'm missing a few names because I don't think about it much. I don't think about
Who
it.
is the worst you have worked with?
The worst. It's an unknown artist from back then. I'm trying to remember his name. No major artist has been a worst experience for me. No. Maybe not interesting, but certainly not worst. I mean, I've had Davido in my studio before. He was pretty nice, cool to work with, just a normal human. So even when I was in the studio with Kiss, as much as I would say I love to hate Kiss and I hate to love Kiss, he was a good sport. Professional but also cool. So the worst is usually the old ones, those up and coming artists that they've not even first check their spiritual status to see if there's still success there. They will now come to the studio and start to give you hell.
That's exactly where I'm going to. What do you think are some of the major, biggest mistakes that you see up and coming artists make that could affect them?
Major artists or more. I think the up and comers, I'm trying to compare between both. But let me say the up and comers, first of all, they don't measure things right. So some of them start to quote unquote drink their Kool-Aid.
What
Do you get me? Growth is gradual. But if you are 2 feet tall, but you're trying to dunk, it will limit what you can achieve. It will also make you look stupid to the others that can see that you're 2 feet tall. So a lot of up and comers start to feel like stars too early.
Okay.
And then the work ethic, putting in the work, dedicating time and energy to crafting what you're doing, also building your mind, because a shallow mind is the one that will make shallow decisions. If a mind is shallow, they will compromise themselves. Where they are supposed to be calm, they'll be too boisterous. Where they are supposed to be out there, they'll be calm. That dynamic shift, they don't get it. And they don't calm down to learn. And then taking it a step further, the labels don't help either. A lot of them started just trying to move you from point 0 to point 100. So development is stunted. You get what I mean? So that is what I think it is. Most of them don't grow their minds. Most of them don't have very good work ethic. There's an artist called Spy Shitter. He's doing stuff now and he's making waves. Spy Shitter, I would say it anytime, any day. If all upcomers worked the way he does, they would be hugely successful. Dude understands the process, understands structure. He has an old soul for a young guy. Now that's an up and comer. That success is not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. A lot of them, I can't say that about them. I just can't.
If you want to place Director Pink, where would you place her?
Director Pink. Well, I like first of all that a female director is thriving. I like it. I have no beef with her. Yeah, I think it's nice to see. It's different, and she's doing nice stuff. So it's like a woman that's thriving in a male-dominated space and she's holding her own. That's as much as I can say. I don't know her personally. I think she's doing amazing stuff. At the time, I was very like, let's see where she goes. But then I saw stuff over time. Like generally, she's been consistent. The videos look nice. I don't know her process. Maybe if I experienced it, I can say, oh, maybe they could do better. But honestly, from the outside, I think it's nice to see.
Explain this to me like a novice. When it comes to catalog,
Yeah.
How does a producer or an artist benefit from a catalog, like the beef that happened between Cynthia Morgan and Jude? That catalog issues. Explain it to me. What usually goes down within catalog?
So catalog is basically just your collection of songs, and catalog is valuable. For instance, if you make a song and that song does, let's say, 1 million streams a month, and you have done the math and you see that this thing will make an average of 500 streams a month, and let's say 500,000 streams rather a month gives you like $100, for example. So if you have 5 of that, that's $500. If you have 10 of that, that's $1,000. So you see, if you have one song making you $1,000 a month, for for instance. Now you made 10 of them. That means on average, you are getting 10,000. So you see why catalog is important. Your catalog literally is your money.
So it's the producer that owns the catalog?
No. The catalog is owned by the label for starts, if you are signed to a label. Then when you leave the label, based on certain business factors, can decide to give you your catalog.
So catalog means they will give you all the musics?
Yes. When you hear catalog, it's just collection of songs.
Collection of songs. That means the collection of songs are with the label.
If you are signed, the label owns the catalog.
Owns all the songs.
Yes.
So every money that is coming in is coming to them.
Yes, but remember you signed a deal with the label. So even after you leave the label, the principles still apply. You get what I mean? So if we are collecting 30% from your catalog, your label is entitled to give you that 30% whether you are with them or not, unless they give you your catalog. Then you can get 100%.
Or you can sign it off to them.
Yes. If you hear Justin Bieber, whether he sold his catalog for one kind big millions of dollars, whether 50 million, that's because he had it. You know, and your catalog, ownership of your catalog is important, because let's say Coca-Cola comes to me now and they want to use my wife's song. 100% of the money goes to her. If she's with a label, they will split. If a label legally owns my catalog 100%, they get all the money. Now, if it is with the label will collect the money first before it comes to me. So there can be fights, there can be delay, there can be all these things.
So it literally means that when you say catalog, it means that if I own it, it means that all the songs are with me. When I want to give them to you, I'll just copy all the songs to you. Is that what it means? No,
catalog is ownership of or rights to your song. So what that means is, if you want to exploit the song, if my catalog is in my hands, you need to get permission from me. Then we will discuss whatever the value of the exploitation is. If my catalog is with somebody else, even if I'm playing the song on my phone, if they want to give a deal, they have to go to that person and say, you who owns the catalog of this artist, this is what, then they will discuss. I have no say. Do you understand? So it's a big deal when you see artists who say, oh, they got their masters. It's like they have collected everything back.
Okay.
Imagine if I collect, let's say Psquare now. Some fantasy world, they now say I'm the owner of Personally. Do you understand? What I will earn will be 10 times more than what I earn already from royalties, because now you have it. When you get royalties, 100% come to you. When they come to do sync deals, 100% comes to you. When you go and perform, you are not remitting anything to anyone. It's all coming. So it's like a very perfect place to be, you know, especially if you now blow up independently. Oh, it is too sweet.
What do you think of artists that are signed onto a label, they blow up with one or two songs and they want to go, or the label, they start fighting and the labels?
So the people that do that, again, remember you asked me one of the things that compromises up and coming artists. That is the future version of it. Because of lack of information, lack of maybe mental maturity, lack of self-value, you might go and strike a bad deal. When you get in, you realize that I don't grow past.
Okay.
But now you cannot just up and leave, because you signed in ink that this is how we will move. And the labels too know this. So some of these labels will lock you. Do you understand? I find it strange that some artists in their label deals, they don't have review clause. Do you get what I mean? Review clause. Like, okay, after 2 years, if I have gotten a level of success, let's review my contract. Maybe this time, instead of using the label as full support, I can use the label for distribution and publicity. So we will strike a better deal. Something similar like that happened with Drake and Lil Wayne. At a point, Lil Wayne was #1 or guy. Then at a point, Lil Wayne now got pushed to the back, but not pushed to the back. They sat and discussed. Eminem was signed to Drake or Dr. Dre. Then later, the signee blew up. They now joined to make one label. You see how they can evolve it. But artists, most of them at the beginning don't even have the sense for that. They just want blue.
That's exactly where I want you to come in. Now, for artists now, what do you think you can reveal, or top 5 things you can mention for any up-and-coming artist to note when going into any label or when doing music, so that the person can be able to protect himself, not to be exploited either by label owners or producers or personally for himself?
I think, let me see if I can make it top 5. First of all, as an artist, the worst thing you can be at any stage is to be in the illusion of your identity. Now, it doesn't mean that nobody ever sees the entirety of themselves from the beginning. Do you get what I mean? It's not even possible in life. As a guy, I'm still learning more about myself, but to a degree, you must have a sense of who you are, then where you would like to go. Do you get what I mean? And then that will also help you know who to partner with. So who you are, where your destination in your near or far vision is, and then you align with who can get you there. Okay, so you also have to be careful with the label. It doesn't matter who's throwing themselves at you, how much they have, how much influence. I imagine if Kule Gold was signed to Mavins, he might have not been as big as he was when he signed with YPNL. Because clearly Mavins had this thing at a point where they were trying to create this touche, rich kiddie type clean brand. The YBNL was still doing the raw stuff. So now Kule Gold goes in there and he comes with this rich, Yoruba-centric energy. The label is built to promote that. The audience that backs that label welcomes that. So that's third. And the fourth, look at the fine print. Whether you are just starting or you have been doing it for a long time, just look at the contract and make peace with what's there. No one can force you. Yes, you might lose an opportunity or two, but if you decide to sign a shitty deal, do it with your full chest. So that the fifth part, when you are in and you've agreed, do what you've agreed. Run the course, good or bad.
How do you describe a shady deal?
Shady deal is like a deal with no review clause. Do you understand? It's like a deal where the label says, we will do our best to promote you and push your brand. But in that same clause, they will tell you, if you don't show up for an event, you are liable to 15%, 20% damages. If you do, they are giving you specific, repercussions, but they are saying, we'll just try for you. That's a bad deal. In fact, sometimes the deal, they might even have to declare a budget for you. It's not by force, but it'd be nice to know that, we have 100 million for you. So once we hit the 100 million cap, we will count your project as a loss. You get, those are small things that they can push for, which is why an entertainment lawyer that's really a good entertainment lawyer would make a difference.
How does some label owners potentially kill artists?
First of all, label owners are people, which is why it's important for the artist to do his findings. Some people love music, but they don't know the business. But in Nigeria, once you are in a position of power, whether you are stupid, whether you are corrupt, you are the final standard of wisdom. Do you get what I mean? I still remember a label guy that signed this very two dope artists, wasted their time. You get, because one, he was always interfering. Secondly, he had the other things that he was interested in. So they were like an afterthought. You get, and that happens on a grand scale. You want to sign with someone that has like 8 artists. You're entering basketball team. Why do you think it will be special? Then you look at the label's track records. Okay, if they've signed 10 people, how many people actually succeeded? Then you think you are special. Because the labels too have to show out. They have to prove themselves in that sense. Most labels don't have an idea what they are doing. I say this all the time. You have all these A&R people. When you are talking to the A&R people, are like, you're just a guy that sounds smart. Do you understand? If you talk to them, okay, as an A&R person, who do you look up to as an A&R person? They don't have one. But they are the ones you put your future in their hands because they are inside label.
A&R.
That's another department, like artists and repertoire. You have management, you have road managers that don't know anything about the road. In fact, the only experience they know about the road is that they used to follow road.
Now, if I'm looking at it when it comes to how label owners exploit many artists, like some people will say someone like Ubi Franklin has exploited lots of artists, killed their dreams and their vibes. What do you think about that kind of situation?
So this Ubi Franklin gist is, I don't know him personally. I've spoken to him only once, but from all the feedbacks I get, I have the impression that he doesn't really leave a very good impression on people. And people like Ubi Franklin, based on what I've heard though, not what I've experienced, they are part of the issue, because this game needs, it almost makes me want to go towards politics, because it's also a very good example of what the answer to that question would be, being that we need more people that will really back this up. Do you get what I mean? When a person gives you the word, they'll keep it, they'll do the work that they said they'll do, they'll support you the way they will support you. And if they can't support you, they'll tell you. They won't lead you on, then gaslight you, and maybe even go as far as threatening you later on, because, you know, they have more influence, all of that nonsense. We need more people with credibility, and they're there. There are not many, you know, because at the end of the day, everybody cannot be wrong about you. If everybody that meets you says you are a thief, there's a very high chance that you're a thief. You get what I mean?
Now, there's often tension between record label owners and producers regarding ownership, royalties, and credit. How can this be fixed?
Well, it's not supposed to even be an existing issue, because producers, they have a defined rules. It shouldn't be a problem, because see, I produce a track, give me the credit first. Now, when it comes to royalties, in royalty business, there are statutory rights. Once I produce, there is a percent that is slapped onto my existence. If you want me to change it, we'll have that conversation. But what happens is a lot of young producers may not know, or because they're trying to break in, they are willing to take BS, or they're just bullied. You get, now Nigeria generally is just moving mad, so things like a good entertainment lawyer feels like a big thing to have, but it's supposed to be normal. Someone that will say, hey, before we go beyond this point, let's discuss. Now the person you are doing business with, the label too, probably a bushman. Do you understand? By the time you tell him, oh yeah, let's sit and discuss contract, he'll be looking at you like this small boy. You know, like, again, priority is wrong. Some of these things, if you are in principle trained, it won't be a question. It's like how Psquare were dragging credit with me for personally. Why? What did they, now that Paul claimed half of the credit that time, did he become the producer of the decade? Do you understand? Even if you wanted to say, oh, I started the music, but the truth is, you leaving it to this young guy who really put his all in would have done more for him. But the thinking was not about how you could bless a life. It was about you. So if like as a producer, those issues come into play. The labels have to be sincere and they have to be honest. Producers too also have to be realistic, know where they are, know what they are willing to sacrifice. And like I've always said, if you make a deal, make peace with it. If I decided to sell off my rights to a song, I can't be stressing people later on because now I'm hungry, don't they catch me? Do you get, you know? So I think that's the answer.
Now, what do you think? You also do a movie scoring. How is that different from what you do in music?
I mean, movie scoring is, I mean, they give you a film, you determine the music that should be per scene, and you play it in like how you would produce a normal track, but it's more expansive, and usually our industry is very virgin. Even if we have all these big films and stuff, the practice in the industry is still very virgin. So there are lots of benefits that a music score artist can have that film people don't have. It's also part of the reason why I don't really do it much, because the money in film is laughable to me for the amount of work and the amount of expectation. And why it was even more annoying to me is that you want to do film, you pay an actor, one actor, maybe half the budget of the film. Now you want the guy who's going to put music on the entire film to collect the money that you probably used to buy food for the entire film cast.
Wow, now I see.
Do you see what I mean? So it's very virgin, and a lot of people are just making do. A lot of us are not talking. Do you understand? Which is annoying to me. But me, nobody can hold me. No one can cuff me. All the things I've said here, no one can come and say, because he said this, his career is over. I don't know what the version of God that person will meet on that day.
Seriously.
So I'm just saying that with the film score, it's still, that one is a value issue. You understand? Can imagine someone saying, no, be just music. Then why don't you do silent movie now?
Yeah.
Do you understand?
And it's true. So you know the difference.
Exactly.
That's more music.
Do you
Changes
understand?
everything.
I know how many times I've had to pull out of a film project, or when I gave them a bill, they wouldn't pay. And I said they wouldn't, not that they can't. Because now I know that it's also a value thing.
They're yet to place value on it.
Like properly. There was a time they did a category in AMVC and they did best soundtrack, and they just stuffed everybody in there. And I was like, this is what I'm saying. Do you understand? This thing is broad, it's expansive, but y'all don't know. Y'all can just slap all of them in this one category. It is we that now know that no be so. The engineers of the film, best sound design, best engineering, best movie score, best soundtrack. These are all things that are wide
and are done by different persons.
It can be done by the same person depending on their work rate and their experience.
So if it's done by the same person, that's why they slap it together, or they can.
Slap it together because honestly, the best way to put it, that did not have sense. They did not really look at it. That is a reflection of the kind of value they give it. That's what I'm just trying to express. Do you understand? If you value it, you will look inward and see that engineer is different from soundtrack, different from score, different from. Oh yeah, let's create categories to celebrate all of them. When you've got to that level, then you can be talking about, okay, how much does this one collect? How much does this one need? How much does this one need? Okay, let's give them. Do you understand? Because I am positive that there is no charge that any of the film score guys that I know in Nigeria has given that it's not worth it. Especially because tomorrow now they will tell you the film did 25 million in one day, did 100 million in 1 week. And whether it's lie or true, that's what you are saying. So what you are telling me is you want me to collect the budget for maybe one of the clothes one of the celebs will wear in the film, so that later you'll be rubbing it in my face that you made all these hundreds of millions. You get, whether you're lying, you are saying the truth, you are saying it. So you're telling me that you do not value me.
True. Is there more work on doing that than music?
That's doing film score.
Yes.
I mean, it's a lot more than music, because one, doing movie music, you are traveling with the different emotions, different experience, like it's just a different flow. That's one. Two, it's hours of work, then hours of modifying the work.
They have to finish shooting the movie before you do the song.
Totally. Do you understand? Unless they want to change one or two scenes, but that's an edit thing, not a film thing. You get what I mean? You cannot be on set telling me to do the score for your film. You understand? There's no swear that works that way. You get what I mean? So, I mean, it's work. It's a lot of work. Hence the reason why it doesn't make sense. I can sit here, mix and master a song, and make the money. The money that was offered for the biggest film that I've done, I can sit here and mix and master one song and get it. So even on that side, I'm like, is it really worth it? Then you will now do it, and one guy will be telling you, okay, the sound. I still remember one film I did, and it was a traditional movie. And once I saw the movie, I knew the sound to go for. But then I did the sound. Then the director sent me a reference for a film that was about like the Igbo culture. And the reference was Queen of Katwe. So instantly I knew our vision of this thing differs. Because here is a very authentic Igbo film. You are giving me the film score of a film or a show that is borrowing. You know how they do Wakanda stuff? It's not African sound. It's like African sound. So you want me to take this and put in an Igbo film? That one alone first dropped my excitement to drive the project. Then it now even got to an argumentative level. Because it felt like, they are not impressed. I'm like, so what is impressive to them? Do they even know what they are looking for? Do they know what the right thing looks like? Do you get what I mean? And you are giving me reference of a South African-esque film for an Igbo film. It was just a lot for me to deal with, because it was like, they won't even get out of your way and let you do your thing. There's maybe like one or two directors I've worked with that I had a great time. There's one particular one, like a big brother and a friend. He lets me
work.
Oh yes, he does. And he sees what I'm doing. So I don't have to be dragging with somebody. Imagine somebody who does not have sense, and I'm just going to be straight. Some of these people don't have sense. It's still back to that label reference of A&Rs that don't know shit. the road manager that only just knows how to follow road. Now, such a person will sit with me and be arguing the depth of the music I made. First of all, you're not even in the position to have that convo because your brain does not even know how to process it. Do you understand? But a lot of times, those are the people you are wrestling with.
That's exactly where I'm going to. How do you deal with micromanagement? Even when producing music, either you're producing music for artists and then you know the depth of what you're doing for them, and then they're telling you, no, I prefer so maybe there's one bad sound that you don't like, but because maybe it's trendy and things like that, and they want to force you into that micromanage box. How do you deal with that kind of situation?
That was one of the reasons why I stopped producing for a while.
Seriously?
Yes, because I was like, I'm sorry, I can't be pursuing this thing. Do you understand? I can't be pursuing the latest sound. You get what I mean? I can't be following this thing too. I can't run this race with you people. Do you get what I mean? And I meant it for all of them. I can't be doing it. It was going to kill my creativity, even if it would have made me relevant in that I'll be having all these tracks. But you know, like I said, I don't wake up in the morning thinking, Victor, how are you going to make the #1 song? I just show up.
But isn't that about moving with the trend and moving with the flow?
There's a way you move with the trend, and there's a way to just miss road. Most of them miss road.
If they're missing road, but they're cashing out, making money, doing trains, why are you not following the road?
First of all, now, emphasis on at the moment. But how long would that be sustained? Secondly, burnout is a thing. Do you understand? My creative energy right now is still very high because I kept my sanity. I kept my essence. And I've done songs that stand out. Do you get what I mean? And yes, I've done songs that are trendy. For example, when Yemi did that True Love, go and listen to the Amapiano songs or the South African inspired ideas. Go and listen to that True Love. That's how production should be, where it sticks out, it stands out. Even if it is still in the trend, it's separated. It's like you added yourself. What most of these people needed was, just photocopy that thing. In fact, there was a year Diamond Platinum called me, sent me a Nigerian song and said, can you make this same beat? I just wrote no.
Seriously?
I'm not making this up. I probably still have his number on my phone. Most of them are, it's still like the music score thing. They found a way to use the least amount of money and then go out there and bring in all these millions.
Because I'm saying that if someone is telling you that this is what I want, and you can produce it and it's going to pay you your rate, why not do it?
Yes, I do. So I did that a few times. But what I realized is I'll sit here, I'll craft this beautiful song, some of the beats that they are vibing to now. I was making them in 2019. But because that was not raining then, they were like, nice, next. Now they are doing most of that sound. Do you get what I mean? That's one of the things that made Bum Bum for Yemi such a big flex, because at that time dancehall was not even considered. And then, if I made that beat and she heard it and she was like, something there, but most of them won't even play it because it's not what is reigning. How many trends do you want to follow for the whole of your career? At what point do you become the music? You move from being the current trend to being the sound. I keep using Rihanna as an example. If you follow Rihanna's growth and her catalog, you'll see that this woman has done almost every type of music and she aced all of them because it went from being the genre to being the sound. That's what Wizkid became. That's what a TY became. There are some artists that became a sound. So give them a piano, give them high life, give them R&B, give them jazz, they will fit. Most of our artists are not, they are not that powerful. So the best they can do is everybody they say nobody let's go there. Let's go there. But what they are doing is they are hiding. They cannot be here. They are not magnetic in that sense. So they can't even think outside the box. That's one of the things that makes Burna so outstanding. I hear some of his productions. Look at City Boy, I think Lagos Boy, that one called The Life of the City Boy. Listen to where he went with the production. Nobody was doing it. He's always been that way. So it's a sign that the musician has identified that I am a sound.
Why don't you create?
Give me any style, I go hold on.
Why don't you create those sounds and then put it out there and force people to like it and buy it?
So there's also the machinery. Understand that if I wanted to force people to like something that they are not prepared for. First, I have to get past the many, many gatekeepers. That's going to cost a lot of money.
Are there gatekeepers?
Of course they are.
Explain them.
Gatekeepers are, in a sense, they were not supposed to be a bad thing. But in our society, they always are a bad thing. For instance, a radio station is a gatekeeper.
Okay.
Do you understand? If they get the music past the radio station, it gets to the world.
In this technological age, do you need them?
That's what I'm saying, that the gatekeepers now have evolved from radio OAPs to influencers.
Okay.
Do you get what I mean? Because everyone is online looking for something to give them the quick fix. So if you put it in the hands of an influencer, it will travel. So they become the new gatekeepers in a sense. You know, then the promoters have always been there from time immemorial and will always be there. So it's there's a lot to say about it.
What's the process of producing an artist from start to finish?
Process, it varies, right? But it always arrives at coming to the studio, making a production. So sometimes the process is, okay, I have an idea. Let's make the idea. So we start crafting it. Most times, it's send me beats.
With all the money involved and everything, the process from the beginning, beat, and then commercialize it, that people get to hear it.
You basically want to know the process from top to bottom. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. That it starts with the creative, first of all, the intention. Or is it a beat you heard first, or you had an idea, then we create the music. Of course, the artist will pay the producer now. You know, if there's a studio, yes. If there's no studio, you pay for the studio. You know, if you are using a band or you're using instrumental, you pay for those guys, you know, travel through that, mixing and mastering, finish the song in the studio. Then you get to the machinery. Okay, promoters or publicists or, you know, publication houses or, you know, influencers. You get like you now gauge, okay, this song, I want it to reach this audience. So I need to work with this set of influencers because they have that type of audience. Okay, I need to promote it on the streets versus online because I want the trenches and the people on the ground that don't go online to catch it. You know, so, and it's a lot. It's a lot of money at that stage. Because like I said, gatekeepers, they are not supposed to be bad, but gatekeepers now become a problem. You know, overpricing, you know, then sincerity, you know, drive. You pay someone to promote your material for you. They'll just maybe make one post and just post in like 30. So it might not have the same impact. You know, all those little things, they make the process at that point so expensive. Because also you're working with more people. With production, even if you work with 5 producers, you can never work with more producers than the people promoting. Do you understand? You still need to give you 30, 50 blogs. You need to carry to all the major outlets. You know, you need to engage them. You need to make them, you know, like them. You now, you know, grease their palms to make sure that they do it right. You know, so that's basically the process. I just compressed the process.
Yes, because is it every artist that need promoters? Because someone like Wizkid doesn't need them. Can just release a song and drop that.
If you remember, the first time you heard of Wizkid, he was on his own, then very quickly joined a label. So Wizkid's success was owed heavily to EME. They took care of that for him. They took care of that, you know. And by the time he became an independent, I mean,
so at this level, he can say he doesn't need any promoter.
Because now he is the promotion himself. If Wizkid posts about you, the amount of attention that will come to you is scary. Do you understand? But that's the level he has grown to.
That's the level. Yes.
You know, promotion is part of the process. You have to promote. It's like anything. It's a product.
Because with the internet age now, just put it online. Pay Mark Zuckerberg to promote it for you. Do you need all these influencers?
So technically, the thing with ads versus influencers is here. We are still very basic. We as a people, we are basic here. At the end of the day, you can be watching an advert on TV. Oh, more, look at this beautiful seasoning sauce. You see that thing for 6 months. If I come and tell you, oh, more, that Maggie is the Maggie, you buy it today.
And it's true.
Do you understand?
That's why watching that YouTube ad, just
exactly. But if I come and say, oh, you've seen it, oh, more, sure, buy it now, you go love her. That's why here, you can pay Mark Zuckerberg, you will get the traction, you will reach different people, maybe all over the world. But you see, the people here, if you are selling to them, you need to find how they buy,
how they relate,
how they consume. Do you get me? That's why the influencers saw that, It's like Sabino should be making his comedy skits and then he now posts your song
That's true.
and dances to it. Do you understand? The Sabino's fan most likely will go and Shazam. So Sabinus now knows that. So it is up to him to determine, okay, how much you give me to put you. You know, so that's why that part will always be a thing. You know, if you pay Mark Zuckerberg, it also depends on the product. Services tend to do well with those type of ads than projects. However, I learned, in fact, last year I learned that because of how broad music and entertainment has become, there is no reason why you can't also exploit those ads, because those ads work in other places. There are other places where people see ads and click them. So you can market that way, then come this way, market this way if you have the budget, so that you feed both marketplaces and expand your chances.
This is very true. Now, when you were saying something earlier, you mentioned the artists when they are up and coming, they should take note of the business side of music. What are the things you can list for them to take note of that is on the business side of music?
Well, I kind of stated them in the last time I answered the question. Like with the business side, first of all, the percentage of things that are shared, you should take note of that. You know, it's not the hardest part, if you ask me. Then when you are doing the business part, you have to protect yourself. You know, what clauses in the deals you strike will make you waive off what is actually yours, because they can tell you I'll give you 70%, but in the paperwork there's a place where it says if and only when you either do, you know, they frame it in lawyer language, but it's basically like canceling you out.
Wow.
Do you understand?
So you need to read it and take
yes
notes.
Then it is worth doing business studies, like finding out about business, finding out about the different ways you can make money as a musician. It gives you more power to talk.
Now, how does politics affect our music and entertainment industry? How is it intertwined together?
Politics affects everything, right? Because I would say that, you know, all our artists are trying to travel abroad because they've seen that there's more money abroad. Why? Because Nigeria right now is a very weird place. And I'll give you an example. Back in the day, Star Trek, you know how they travel around Nigeria. Now, if I drop the song, it pays me. Okay, Star Trek, just put me on. I'll travel to 30 states and perform for all these audiences to increase the chances of my song succeeding. But now the North is just like a weird place. You've cut off the North with violence and the insurgency. The rest of the world keeps telling us what we know. Now, other states are not as developed. So as an artist, everybody needs to come to Lagos to succeed.
True.
What stops me from being the biggest PH artist and I'm taking care of myself, you know, feeding my family? Then you in Lagos are like, let's link up. Not, you still they learn. When you come to Lagos, that's when you're serious. You see that lack of development, it is directly because of the politicians. If you go, in fact, there was a time that they went to like one of these very countrysides of America when Lil Wayne was at his peak, and they asked, do you know who Lil Wayne was? And they're like, no. So this is Lil Wayne, millionaire. Till today, one of the biggest earning artists is still Dolly Parton. Especially in America, she's one of the highest earning artists. Dolly Parton. When last have you heard a Dolly Parton song? So that's what happens when a society is developed. So now we are really collaborating. That's where the government has failed woefully. Colossal level. They've just made the country stunted.
Stunted to the
Lagos
highest.
is only the way it is because when the people that came here, they came first here. They were here. So Lagos got a touch of them before they went.
True.
If the whites landed in Port Harcourt would be the Lagos of today. Do you get what I mean? But then when they left, develop your states now. Grow your states. Give opportunities here. Why is almost everybody's head office is in Lagos?
What do you think are the biggest problems?
The problems are many.
List some of the top.
No. Number one on that list is corruption. And corruption is a blanket word because, you know, we can say insincerity, just plain wickedness, selfishness and greed, then myopia. I am of the opinion that they are as evil as they are because their brains are simple. And I've always said that fear a person that has made up his mind that the way to buy a phone is to take your phone. That's in his mind, is resolved.
True.
He's not going to learn something later and find out that, oh, true, no good. Oh. He's locked in, and you know that's him over there, and he's so in B. That's a person to really dread. That's politicians. They have made up their mind to be evil. It's not a debate. When they go to church, they pay tithes to men of God from the evil. That's why every time you check online, politicians, every time they are always defending themselves. I have not seen one that will come and say, actually, we were wrong. I don't know if you've noticed it. None. Like, Tinubu is in Brazil, saying that there is no corruption. I mean, everyone wants to put the president on a pedestal, but he's a human too. That was the most delusional statement. And till date, I see people on TV going, I think he needs to really look. I said he doesn't need to look inward. He knows what he's doing. Do you understand? That's the level of evilry that they have then degreed.
Are you sure he knows what he's doing, or they condition him based on people around him?
He knows what he's doing. How do I know? Is this city, Lagos, not his doing? Right? At the end of the day, I see the new tax reforms, and it's supposed to be right in principle. But first of all, their credibility is minus 99. Secondly, I said something. You want to tell me that tax is going to improve the country, but you've been collecting tax in Lagos. Lagos is not Wakanda. Do you understand? My wife is in traffic. Been in traffic for almost 3 hours. The distance she's covering from here was supposed to be 40 minutes at tops. Is it not the road? Was he not the governor? Was he not taxing people? Were they not paying? There was a day I went to buy food at a bar in a beach, and I saw food. Is it food tax? All of this money unaccounted for. So now you have been doing this in Lagos, so milking the land, and then there are still houses that are falling from low quality. People are buying land, and you are going to bulldoze it later because you gave them the rights to do it. Now you just showed up and said no more. You know what I mean? Now that man, on a grand scale, says it's tax what people need. I'm like, but dude, you've not shown the value here where you had full power, where you were choosing the governors, choosing whoever you choose to be in charge.
They will tell you that they made Lagos secure for you.
You should rubbish secure. Lagos. Lagos is, have you seen my estate? There's security at the gate. There's security here. So who is securing who? Because my estate dues is paying him. You understand? I still remember that year that they were shooting. Police ran inside the house where I was for us to protect him. Do you know how twisted reality is? Like soldier with gun running and saying, bro, hide me. It's like an alternate dimension. It's like elephants running from goats. Not the other way around, if you get what I mean. So it is a fundamental issue. So all of those factors, the dishonesty in corruption, the greed and selfishness, because at the end of the day, thinking about themselves a lot, the myopia being that they are simple-minded. So they are dangerous. If one of them decided in that simple brain that things must work, you can't change it. So such a person decides everybody will suffer. We're in for it.
Don't you think there's external influence that's causing them to do what they're doing?
If I was to use that as a defense, then a country like Niger right now should be off the face of the earth.
How? Why?
Because he said it's external influence. I just used a country as an example that kicked external influence out.
But so they cannot come and do anything now. What do you expect them to come and do before? To come and fight them or to come and shoot them?
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. If you say the wickedness we see in Nigeria is driven by external influences, perhaps. Is it external influence that will make you hide palliatives?
Greed. And
then want to package it as relief materials to make yourself look good? Is which white person called you and said, be wicked in that way? Oh? Do you get what I mean? Election observers will be saying it, that this election was flawed. Everybody saw it. I saw things. What they do is they gaslight us. But you can't make me lie. Do you get what I mean? So you see that external part, let's leave it alone. France right now is going through all the motions, clearly losing their superpower position. Our president is going to be smiling with the president of a country that people are beginning to distance themselves from. So that's not really the external influence. In fact, I feel like he's the one here that is going to the influence because he has a nature and he will be drawn to that.
What is the solution?
Solution, Omar. Solution is a broad situation because there has to be a change of heart that I sincerely do not believe can happen outside God, because our hearts as humans are predisposed to wickedness.
We don't know God enough.
No, I mean this almost like a semi-declaration of hopelessness, because you see a man that has been wicked all his life. What will he see that will change him? That's the thing that needs to happen, because the truth is, if corruption has thrived in Nigeria, so if they ever let the judiciary work, they let the law system work, they created state police, took it away from the federal, so that now if you needed a cop, you need to check with your state. There's no president somewhere that can say pull all the escorts away. If they had to do all of that thing immediately, the system would turn on them. But at this level, there has to be a miraculous willingness to say, see, we've done enough damage, let's let this thing work. If some of us fall to the wayside, at least these people that we have given their freedom will identify that we changed. You get sacrifice, but they will not do it.
That's why I say there are external influences that are propelling this. And I don't just think that human being can just sit down and just try to be wicked all through in all of this way.
I can tell you why I don't agree. Because I used to say something. Yes, external influence, right? They are the cause, or they are part of the problem. I said, if you come to my house now, as you came to visit, and then you brought weed in here, for instance, and I don't do weed, I most likely will tell you to take it outside. But if I'm used to weed and you came in with weed, I will be more lenient. Here's why I use this example first. You see, I keep saying that, external influence. External influence. First of all, in the Yoruba land, they do something called Oro. Oro is essentially a free-for-all killing. It's like The Purge, the movie The Purge, but a smaller version. Where there's a time in the month, if this man dies, we need to go and find a random person to kill and sacrifice. That's a thing in a developed society. Now, you are already used to every Oba that dies, someone somewhere is just going to pay the price for waiting no cost now. Such a person, if you come and tell him, you know what, instead of killing once a month or once an Oba, you can actually just kill once a month. And here's the benefit to you. Such a person will be more receptive to it. In our society, the Igwe Oba is here and the servants, subjects, here. So we are used to an oppressive distance between the rich and the poor, even if at the time there was still a middle point, right? That is why we call our politicians Your Excellency. Like, where in the world do you ascribe excellence to the most disappointing person?
Let me give you an analogy where I think maybe external influence could be involved. Let me use your analogy of your example of saying, if I come into your house with a weed and you don't do weed, and I try to take you, you might decline. What if probably I caught you one day stealing somewhere, and then I decided I'm supposed to arrest you, take you to prison. I decided to just say, okay, I forgive you, but I hold the secrets. I'm the only one that saw it, that can be able to expose you. And then I come to your house and I bring weed to you, tell you that if you don't take this weed, I will expose you. What will you do?
So first of all, as a human, you have to have credibility. But at the same time, you have to also make peace with consequences sometimes. Because here's the thing. You gave that example. It's a very lovely example. But here's the problem. This person that has my secrets, he didn't come to me and say, I will reveal your secrets if you don't do this good thing. He held my secret to weaponize it. So that is already questionable character on his part. I can forgive you and his history. Why do I need to hold it over your head? So when you say politicians do that, it is because of who they are.
And that is because like the external influence means that the person is doing that to exploit you, to take
Yes,
from you, and to steal from you.
so now you have the onus is on you to not give him that, because once you give him that, you either make peace with the loss or you play ball. But like I was trying to paint, you see, our people, we always say that the external influence played a role. I just gave you the example of Oro. Who taught us Oro? Abi Mary Slessor stop killing of twins.
That's a culture.
I'm just saying that there's a way people will be. When you come and tell them something similar to what they know, they will be receptive. So corruption was already part of us. The way that Abi, I think it's the Oba, I don't know which monarch, could see your wife and say she is now my wife, and that's the end of the marriage. Now, do you see how that's a parallel in politics today? This house, my side chick will like it. Oh, yeah, and find one law, slap something on it, you bulldoze it or you leave. Do you see how it works? It's similar. That's why I'm like, honestly, they used to say how white people are very trusting. I've been to the UK once and I understand why. Because culturally they are trusting. So if you bring something in that makes the trust bend, it's a big deal. But in Africa, we are more betrayal is a normal thing. Imagine there's a man that wrote about the Yoruba people. And he said he had never seen people, he described them in many ways, but the word that I picked up was betraying. Imagine someone who experienced a people. This is before all of this political influence came, like how Mary Slessor came and said, oh, I've never seen people this conniving, you know. And he wrote it in a book. That's to tell you that the people were already away. Then the British came and said, well, okay, no problem now. They are already divisive among themselves. There's a few selfish ones. They want control, they want power because they are used to it. You know what? Let's now come in and suggest ways that they will have their power. But we are giving them what they want, but we are taking from them much more, and they don't even know it. It's just like a story I heard from the East. The whole shrine thing, where if there are two people in a crime situation, maybe stealing, they will take the both of them to the shrine and then, hey, enter the shrine. The one that is guilty, the gods will kill him, and then blood will flow out. And then I heard that the Western people now came to meet those people and said, you know what, let's do business. They'll stay at the back of the tent, right? They will go and cut. Maybe you are like 250 pounds, you're like John Cena big, and they need strong guys. So they will create a situation, right? By tradition, we go to the shrine, then I enter, they carry me, and then they kill a goat. Do you see how the culture was there? It was already ready for that type of conversation. So when the white man came and said, instead of just be killing all your people unnecessarily, we'll just be carrying them now, kill goats, we'll do business. You see, they were ready to accept it. But let's say they never did it. If you thief, we talk, we settle. Town hall. Do you understand why I'm going? That's why I do not absolve us of the bad behavior we have.
This thing, what I see, this thing is quite deep though, and it's quite very complicated.
Oh yes,
and
that's why I said it's a whole other podcast. So please avoid it.
Yeah. So, but it's not for we to start rounding off, because we spent a lot of time already. You shared quite a lot. Maybe after this, we'll look for another time again and cover in much more detail. So, but I want to ask two more questions. So, Orlando, if you can change, if you could redesign the business of music in Nigeria, what's the first thing you would change?
It's if I could redesign it, first I would encourage more participation by people with respect to ownership. You know, it's kind of annoying that yes, people came in the past and attempted and had troubles, maybe compromise, maybe sabotage, maybe low maintenance and failed. But the fact that people go on Apple to see the top Nigerian songs or Spotify to see the top Nigerian songs, it says a lot about how we are benefiting. Tomorrow, Spotify will reduce the royalties you can receive. You can do nothing. We are at this point where we should have ours.
True.
Do you get what I mean? Those are things that people are beginning to touch on. I hope that the industry to let it thrive. We need ownership back home. Do you understand?
Who
Real
will do it?
ownership.
That is the thing. Who will do it?
Well, I know there are people, but Nigeria today discourages so many people. It discourages so many people from trying, but it's worth it. You get me? If I was a software designer or a program designer, I would explore that. Then, of course, the musicians have to take the business, the music practitioner, more serious. Do you get me? Commit to rehearsals, developing research. The way that I was in it 100%, they need to be in it 100%. They need to show that it has value. So even if they give you candy, you know that they are giving you candy. It's not that they are shallow. I mean, promoting more regional partnerships. You understand? The pressure on Lagos to produce stars is too high. And yes, that's also a geopolitical issue. But I mean, if an artist decides I want to sign an artist, I'll go to Taraba and find a Taraba boy, so that when he blows up, he can go back to his city and show people in the city that it's possible. Those are little things that can start to pull the band. And then by some miracle, the country itself also reciprocates by playing its part, not making, life unbearable and insecure.
Now, finally, if the world were to forget every hit you have worked on, what would you want to be remembered for?
Oh God, I was about to say for being awesome, but it sounds somehow because you follow for the name, right? Truth is, I think I would love to be remembered for my ideas as a human, not just music. Like these conversations. These conversations, I'm beginning to think they might mean more to me than sitting in the studio.
Wow.
Because I can make a beat and tell a small story, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. But the words that I speak and the ideas I have and the perspective I have and the person that I am, that's what I would like to be remembered for. Someone that represented the right things, was human. He failed, everyone saw it. He succeeded, everyone saw it. He wore his heart on his sleeve and tried to show that it was possible to thrive. Because I have not had any chairman, any big bros that was just funneling opportunities my way. Do you understand? In fact, my brother, we started this thing together. Do you understand? These are the people that know that we worked. And God made ways where there were no ways. So those are the things I would like to be remembered for, a person that showed you what was possible without losing yourself. I'm still my regular guy. In fact, when this interview is open, I'll probably go and take Gary and relax with it, because that's what I want to do. You get what I mean? So yeah, I think that's what it would be. The person that I am, ideas, the works are just their works, but the person that I am, if I'm able to talk to someone and impact them, that's special.
That's quite profound. Now, finally, what would be your final advice to artists, producers, and generally to every music person out there?
I mean, there are lots of things I can say, but I'll just say one. We have to take ourselves seriously. I think that's what it is. It is different for different people. Some labels need to start treating their artists with more respect. Some labels need to start, educating the artists. Some artists need to go to the studio and start learning the craft. So that's why I said we need to take ourselves serious. All that forming a star, being a steez boy in one corner, or forming Odogu, but you're actually not growing. All of those things need to die quickly so that we can grow. There are so many smart minds that are not growing. So they can't even explore what is possible. And it starts from looking inward and saying, what do I need? How do I need to move forward? Now, if all of us are doing it, we'll progress quickly, because you will identify what you need. You work on it. I identify. I'll see you working on it. That's nice. So you are willing to grow. Then we grow. And then it just becomes this web. At no point should someone now make his interest paramount. So now he cuts the growth. Or he becomes selfish. Oh, this opportunity is not too good, but my family will eat. Let everybody bother about all those kind of things need to go. Both ways.
Lastly, what's the best way people can reach out to you if people want to reach out?
Social media. Just social media. Anywhere you look for VTEK, the awesome VTEK, DAWE. In fact, just write VTEK, VTEK, and the VTEK that shows up. You can reach me very much that way.
Maybe emails or anything.
Well, my emails are on my socials.
Okay,
So I don't load too much information. Just search for VTEK, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, anywhere that you can search. Even Google me. I like that one. Google me.
Google you. Thank you so
I like
much.
when AI described me to me. I was a happy guy.
It's good you said this, maybe as the time is still rolling, do you think there's something you have in mind that I may not have asked, or someone may be itching to want to hear from you?
Well, that's why we should probably discuss a part 2. Oh Lord, there's a lot. I've done this long time. I've experienced life for a long time, and I love to freely share. If I get the opportunity, and it's not exhaustive. So yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate this time. You shared so much wisdom.
Yeah.
So guys, thank you for watching. I believe you've gotten so much value from this session with Victor Producer. Right?
You tried.
Victor Kpoudoso.
My people forgive you.
Victor Kpoudoso, aka
VTEK the awesome.
VTEK the awesome.
Thank you.
If you love what we do here, take a moment to like this video so that others can benefit from it. Share it and subscribe to this channel. Please tell them to subscribe and like.
Subscribe. Oh. Don't be selfish. That button is not hard to press. It's very easy. I follow. I've been a follower, so this was also like a big deal for me. So don't be unfortunate.
So guys, me and begging, at least it was hard. I'm using, please hit the subscribe button, like this video, and share it with those who this is going to impact. And remain your very host, Benzik. I always do my best to bring you guys high quality guests that can impact you so that you can do better, live better, and achieve better in your life. So thanks for watching once again, and I'll see you again next time. Cheers.